everyone to the July 15th Committee of the Whole discussion regarding the presentation regarding downtown development. Please call the roll.
Alderman Santee?
Here.
Alderman Glad?
Here.
Alderman McClatchy?
Here.
Alderwoman Bassey? Here. Alderman Davis?
Here.
Alderman Cook?
Here.
Alderwoman Miller? Here.
Thank you. Please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Let everyone get seated here. I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic over to Suzanne Ostrovsky. She's the city administrator. She'll go ahead and get us started on the introduction for this evening. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you to everyone in attendance this evening for this important conversation. I feel like we were here just a few weeks ago having a very similar conversation, so thanks to those of you who are here again. We do appreciate it. I just wanted to sort of give an order of the evening and let everyone know how this is going to go. We're going to start, first of all, with an overview in history from staff. So I will kick that over momentarily to Director Polerecki and let him run you through the history of how we got to where we are. But just wanted to kind of go over some things quickly. Obviously, we have two areas under consideration for development this evening. We have Dave Patzelt here from Shodine Development, who we've been working with now for a number of years, working towards a meeting just such as this. So we're going to be looking at a couple of different areas. First of all, we're going to be looking at Green and Elm. It's the section right along Green Street there. Again, Director Polerecki will take you through that. But what we're intending to do for both of these areas is to kick it over to Dave Patzelt and let him go through what his initial concept development is for each of these areas, then provide the City Council an opportunity to discuss. Then there will be an opportunity under each of the properties for public comment. We ask that you keep your public comments to the specific areas under discussion during that time, because obviously there will be two separate public comment sections, so you'll have the ability to get up and talk about each if you so desire. And then at the end, before we move on to the second area, we're going to ask for the City Council to provide feedback and direction on the first area. So one thing I just want to point out, and you know, we talked about this a lot with the City Council, but these plans that you're going to be seeing tonight are truly concept plans. We got the final versions of these concept plans late last week. And so really this is Shodine's opportunity to present the plans to not only the City Council but to the public, and also to get feedback. There's been a lot of conversation about the financial asks that are included in the presentation. Again, I want to point out those are concept numbers based on the concept plans that are included. So none of this has been finalized, none of it's been negotiated, discussed. And so this is our opportunity to get feedback from the City Council in terms of what they would ultimately like to see in downtown McHenry, and whether or not Shodine can help build that and realize their vision. So just wanted to point that out. Some of the things that we're looking for feedback from the City Council on include the appearance. For those of you who are here for the conversation about 1111 North Green, there was a lot of conversation around what those buildings would potentially look like. And so wanted to just point out that nothing is finalized. Shodine's going to go through some of their other properties that they've built, just to give the City Council, again, an idea of what the possibilities are, because, again, all of this is in concept right now. Nothing is final. So appearance, the height of the buildings, setbacks, density, all of those types of issues are really what we're looking for feedback on from the City Council this evening. So with that, I will kick it over to Director Polerecki. He is our Director of Community Development, for those of you who don't know him. And he's really been with the city through all of this over the past few years, as these properties have been purchased with the mind towards development. So with that.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of keep this short, just give a brief history of I'm starting with the Green and Elm site. We'll come back later when we get to the Central Wastewater Treatment Plant site. We'll kind of do the same thing there. Currently, I just want to say that, you know, within the last 10 years, obviously you've seen a lot of growth in McHenry, a lot of activity in the downtown, which in turn requires parking. So, you know, with that being said, we saw an opportunity as a city, and the City Council saw the opportunity to purchase some property at the Green and Elm site to establish that parking and to maintain that parking so that the businesses had parking. So in their first purchase, the City Council's first purchase was February 18th of 2019, where the Savings Bank sat. They owned a lot of the parking lot around the old Savings Bank. So that went up for sale first, and the city purchased that property. Soon after that, and in September of 21, Savings Bank lot, the Savings Bank at 1209 Green, was demolished by the bank, and the property was purchased by the City Council or the City of McHenry to expand on that parking. So as we started to see a lot of activity in the downtown, and some of our dilapidated buildings along Elm Street became available, the funeral home was our next purchase. That was purchased in November of 2022, and then the final purchase was the old carpet store. As everybody remember, that building was falling down. So those property owners demoed those buildings, and then the city went ahead and purchased those properties. And as you see them today, they are surface parking in the downtown. The only other item is that in November of 23, the city did enter into an assignable real estate contract with the Green Street Cafe for the purchase of that building, which we currently are still under contract with Green Street Cafe. So that is kind of that whole area and how that became city-owned or under contract. And then Shodine, Dave Patzel from Shodine here, he first approached the city in November of 2021, just kind of snooping around, looking at properties, and then, you know, fast forward 3 years, here we are today. He has a concept plan for this area. So I don't have anything further. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
The only other thing I wanted to point out was that there is a standstill agreement that is in effect. The City Council directed the mayor to sign back in 2023. The terms of that agreement basically mean that the city will not market these two areas to any other developers until the expiration of that agreement in March 2025, to really give Shodine the comfort that the work that they're doing to do their due diligence on these properties is going to be beneficial to them. So that, again, runs through March of 2025, and that was a City Council initiative.
Before we turn it over to Shodine, I would ask that you stay professional in this room, no clapping and no heckling any of the council members and so forth. Let's be professional this evening. This is just a discussion. This is a concept plan. So I just everyone just, we're all on the same team here. So, all right? David, the floor is yours.
Good evening. For the record, I'm David Patzel, P-A-T-Z-E-L-T, from the Shodine Group, 77 North 1st Street, Geneva, Illinois. Who is advancing the slides? Is that Suzanne? Oh. So what I wanted to do first was, at our discussion on 1111 North Green, there seemed to be quite a bit of discussion about architecture and the architectural style of the buildings, fenestrations of those buildings. Would it be a flat box? Would it be a flat roof, et cetera? So what I wanted to do was present to you a kind of a collage of all of the, not all of the, but of many of the different styles of architecture, materials, colors, flat roofs, pitched roofs, products that we have built and developed, and most of them that we still own today. So the hope was to allow you to get a sense that we are not set or cast in stone one style of architecture or one type of material or one specific color, that hopefully we'll understand that there's a multitude of different styles, colors, etc. So on the first slide, and I'm sorry, Susanna, if you could back up one, please. That is it. Yep. So in this initial slide here, you'll see that if you were to look at all of the variety of architectural styles on this collage, you'll see that there certainly is a variety of architectural styles. Some could call it English country, some could call it colonial, some may refer to it as a prairie-style architecture. So there's certainly a variety of architectural styles. There's change in roof lines from steeper pitched roofs, such as on the left, to a gambrel-style clipped roof in the center top, to more the traditional just gable-style, maybe a 6/12 pitched roof on the upper right-hand corner. Materials, you can see that the materials change from horizontal clapboard siding, shake siding, limestone, natural limestone, a tinted or shaded limestone on the far left versus a natural Fox River Valley limestone in the center, to aged clapboard siding in the upper right, to colonial red brick in the center top, and then in the center bottom, the prairie-style orange-colored brick. So, variety of materials are shown in each of these. The building articulation, you'll see that often we are taking our balconies and projecting them out away from the face of the building, such as on the far left, or you can see other portions of the balcony where there's large balconies, such as on the lower right-hand corner, balconies projecting quite a ways out from the building. As well as, if you look at some of the eaves and soffits on the buildings, that changes as well with the architectural style, and that gives you a different heavy shadow line on the buildings, which also leads one to see the building differently in architectural articulation. Lastly, colors. There's a variety of colors, from roof colors to siding colors to masonry colors throughout all of these. So this next slide, again, our building down in Oswego, specifically it's a 6-story building. You see the change in the roof lines. You see the balconies cantilevering out from the front facades of the buildings. You see some of the balconies are actually tucked into the building on the corner piece. You see a change in materials, everything from a precast concrete on the lower portions of the building to clapboard siding, to shakes along the top, to red brick intermixed on the corner detail of the building. And you'll see the roof pitches are also changing from that on the corner piece, which has the most predominant focal point of a steep pitched roof, to a more laid back pitched roof on the two wings of the building. And then colors, I think you'll agree that there is a multitude or mix of colors throughout this building. Next slide. Again, just trying to bring more of the different buildings that we have in our portfolio, showing the upper right to maybe more of an industrial look with a flat roof building. If that is something of interest, in the lower right corner, both of those buildings, both the pitched roof with the metal standing seam roof, right next to a flat roof building, those are both our buildings that we have redeveloped and built and currently own. And you can see that the architectural styles generally leads you to some interest in with the mix of those styles. Again, lower left corner was natural shake siding with pitched roof, and then horizontal clapboard siding in the upper gables. Next slide. Again, just trying to hammer home the idea of architectural change, differences, material use, colors. The photo in the lower right, again, is a flat roof building of brick versus limestone on the left, and then the upper right corner is actually a stuccoed building with, again, fenestration of the balconies cantilevered off of that building, and then the building further to the right is a flat roof building with a lot of glass on that facade. Next slide. again, besides showing you a lot of variety in architecture, I think the slide in the upper right really gives you a sense of the different styles of architecture. All of those buildings that you see facing the river, all the way from the far left where there is a gazebo in that photograph, all the way to the far right where there's trees, those are all Shodin buildings that have been built and that we have redeveloped, designed, and built, and still maintain ownership of. And I think simply looking at that photograph, you do not see one similar building, and I believe that you see a lot of architectural interest along the riverfront. The next slide, again, not to continue to bore you with some of our architecture, but trying to continue to give you illustrations of how the colors, materials, roof pitches can all change throughout the various variety of buildings that we provide. Lower left corner is one of our newer buildings. It is a flat roof, but can look very similar to the photographs such as in the top, where when you're up close to the building, you really don't get to see the pitch of the roof until you're back far enough away from the building where you see the pitches of the roof. But again, just providing samples of the different roof pitches. Next slide, again, very similar. You'll see the balconies pushing out away from the front facade to give you articulation, large overhangs, open-ended gables, closed gables in the photograph in the upper left, the mix of colors of materials, and also a change in materials. The next photograph is an illustration of our Oswego project that is generally in keeping with what our site plan was proposing for the Green and Elm site. The purpose of this photograph was to illustrate the proposed building on the left of a Shodin building, the existing Harbor Wallbangers store on the right. So it's a photograph taken actually of Green Street with our proposed buildings inserted into it, and a little bit of the enhancement of the Green Peapod restaurant, where it's shown set back. Know that they did not have neon lights, but due to the foliage in front of the Green Peapod, we tried to highlight or at least identify that front facade of that building. When you look at this elevation, again, you see the variety of use of materials, various articulation, both inset and out-pushed balconies, gable roofs, large overhangs, awnings, precast concrete, brick, horizontal clapboard siding, and shakes, and variety of colors all intermixed into one building. So my next slide is just wanted to see if that provides the council with enough conceptual ideas of what architecture, types of materials, and the variety of colors that we can incorporate into our architecture, our proposed buildings, and the architecture that we're proposing for McHenry. And so with that, I'll take a pause and see if there's any questions or comments about the architectural styles and materials, et cetera.
Any questions by council? See none?
All right.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to move into the site plan that's proposed for Green and Elm. For your bearing, to understand the layout across the top of the plan is Elm Street, which is Route 120. Along the lower left, kind of curving down, a quarter moon, I'll call it, down along the left to the lower portion of the page is the Boone Lagoon, and generally in a northeasterly direction on the right-hand side, going on an angle, is Green Street. We have 3 proposed buildings on this site. We refer to them as the furthest lowest building on the screen as you're looking at it. We call that the south building. The upper left building, we refer to that as the northwest building, and then the building that is identified in this exhibit as unexcavated is the northeast building. This exhibit is illustrating that we have what I would say would have acquired the Green Peapod building, and we continue to work with Green Peapod in keeping them in McHenry, in the downtown, and relocating them, but acquiring their property. So if I can walk you through these 3 buildings, this is the lowest level of the buildings, and I'll walk you vertically upwards and to give you an idea what is in each of these buildings. The south building, the one again at the lowest portion of the page, consists of 138 residential units and 8,000 square feet of retail space, mainly fronting Green Street, and 214 parking spaces in that garage. In the northwest building, that's the building in the upper left-hand corner, there's 132 residential units proposed in that building. There is no retail in that building, and there is 126 parking spaces on a single level of the parking garage. The northeast building is a residential building consisting of 33 residential units and no retail, and 35 parking spaces. So this being the lowest level of the first building, there was a part in the south building. There's a lower garage floor. That lower garage floor is accessed off of Green Street. You can see the entry coming in off of Green Street with the open red triangle, and that is a ramp down into the lower level parking garage. Due to the slope of Green Street, sloping from generally the upper portion of the page towards Boone Lagoon, due to that slope, the retail portion on what would be the south side or the left-hand side of the driveway apron would be at that same level. So that retail will be at the same level as the parking garage. The commercial space that is on the right-hand side of the driveway apron will be on the upper level. In the northwest building, this too is the lowest level of the building, and it has only one level of garage parking, and you kind of see the ramp coming to the lower left-hand corner of the building. That ramp is ramping down to that corner. You'll see the ramp continue on the next slide when we change the slide, that'll take you to the upper floor. And then the northeast building there is nothing occurring on that level, and that is unexcavated. So if we move up one level and to the next slide, please, you'll see that, again, I'll start in the lower left, or the lower building. This has a second level of parking. That parking ramp is accessed off of the north side, which is a proposed street. We have dubbed the name of that street called Water Street. It, in essence, is connecting Green Street, where the access is to the parking lot today. That will eventually still connect up towards Elm Street. We have been working with IDOT and city staff on trying to get access permission out onto Elm Street, which is a state highway. IDOT has currently only permitted a right-in and no exiting out for Water Street out onto Elm Street. So this is showing a right-in only at that location. There is a roundabout, refer to it, or a cul-de-sac. In essence, if you're on Water Street and you're heading west or northwest on Water Street, you won't be able to exit out onto Elm Street, as I had indicated. So the thought is to provide a roundabout or a cul-de-sac for vehicles to be able to turn around and head back southeast out onto Water Street. The northwest building, again, you can see the ramp coming off of Water Street. That would be sloping down to that lower level of parking underneath this first level of residential units. It is I'll call it a reverse C-shape building, where the end is open facing the Boone Lagoon, so there's no structure there, but that is a courtyard or a green roof that is on top of the single level of parking. From there, there's 4 residential levels going up, so a total of 4 residential over 1 level of parking on that northwest building. The furthest east building, again, this first level, if you recall on the prior slide, that the building was unexcavated. This is the first level of parking for this building, and above this portion of the building, there will be 3 stories of residential above it. All of this plan does incorporate a Riverwalk extension along the Boone Lagoon, as well as a bridge over that Riverwalk to connect to the south side of Boone Lagoon, closer towards the Landmark School, and then heading east back over to Green Street. However, any of that development of the Riverwalk on the south side was in keeping with the 1111, and that would be part of a different discussion. But as far as our plan for north of Boone Lagoon, we are incorporating a Riverwalk that would extend all the way from Elm Street to Green Street. If you want to go one more slide, this will be the upper floors. So again, the south building, you can see, is a closed donut-shaped building, and it's in keeping with the similar architectural style to our building that we have in Oswego that I had provided you with a building elevation of that building. The residential units will, in essence, face Green Street above the retail portion. And then, as I said, it is a donut-shaped building, so it's totally enclosed. It is a green roof over the second floor of parking, and the main entrance to the main pedestrian entrance to the building is in the, I'll call it the 11 o'clock position on the building, or at the intersection of the down ramp for the northwest building and Water Street. Again, that building has 138 residential units. It's 4 levels of this residential layout over 2 levels of parking. The northwest building in the upper left-hand corner, that again is just continuing with 4 levels, a total of 4 levels of residential over the 1 parking garage, and again showing you the courtyard or the green roof. In the northeast building is the 3 levels of residential over 1 parking. Should also note that if you're coming in at Green Street and Water, and if you're headed generally west on Water Street, where the existing alley is that heads out to Elm Street, we are proposing to enhance that alley to another proposed road. We are currently at IDOT with a request to see if they will allow a right in and right out at that location, since it is currently a full access out on a 120 at that location. We're seeing if they will accept a right in, right out at that location. Most likely they will not permit a left out or left in. So that alley or new road is providing additional traffic relief or a way to get around the inside of the site. Flip to the next page. This generally gives you again it's just a blow up of the table that was on the prior sheet, but I wanted to talk a little bit about parking and some of the questions that we're proposing that council address or provide us with some direction on, and I've identified those on the right-hand side of the slide. And are we to replace some percentage of the existing surface parking with any structured parking. And so that is a question that we're looking for direction from the council on. And then, are we to use any shared or vacant parking ratios? We touched on that a little bit at 1111, and again, we believe that whether it's Urban Land Institute, other planning agencies, traffic engineers believe that there is a shared coefficient for parking, and also certainly there should be some allowance for vacancies that normally occur in these types of buildings. So ultimately the question is to the council: is there a shared or vacant coefficient that we should be using in our planning efforts? And then lastly, how does the replacement parking cost get paid for? We know we have two tools in our tool belt that we can generate revenue. One is a TIF increment, but in order to get the TIF increment to help pay for that parking, you have to have assessed valuation. How do you get assessed valuation? You have to have taxable property, which means residential units or more commercial property. So that is one way to pay for parking. Another option is whether it is an outright, I'll refer to it as a grant, or another option is if there is some special tax that can be called, we were discussing in previously 1111, a food and beverage, called a food and beverage tax that would help pay for either parking or the maintenance of parking. So to give you a little bit of idea of how the numbers can vary or fluctuate regarding parking, in this chart here in the upper left-hand corner, we are showing in essence, I'm the fifth line down, and where we identify the total parking, we have identified that we can get approximately 232 parking spaces in a two-level garage in the south building, 130 parking spaces on a one-level garage in the northwest building, and 60 spaces in the northeast building on one level. So that is a total of 422 parking spaces. Based on that 422, if we were to use the ordinance, or what I'll call a straight line calculation of providing 100% of all of the uses that are on the site, we would need 205 spaces in the south building, 165 in the northwest, and 41 in the northeast, for a total of 411 spaces. So in essence, we have parked the proposed uses in the building with some surplus at 100% of the parking ratio. However, if a normal, or what we see as normal and routine in other communities and consistent with traffic engineers and planning efforts, is that you use an 80% shared/vacancy, meaning that some of the building is going to be vacant at some point in time, and then some of the people that may live upstairs in one of the apartments have parked their car and will come downstairs to use the commercial retail space. So if you were to apply 80% shared vacancy to those parking, you'll see that we technically only need 329 parking spaces, but yet we're potentially providing 422 spaces. Then the question comes in, if we want to replace existing parking, how many of the existing parking places do we want to replace? And so looking at the total parking spaces that were out there today, we again said we apply the 80% factor to those existing parking places, and that is the first line underneath the parking required of the 209 figure. Looking at the proposed program of 411 straight line or 329, if you're applying the 80% factor, could tell you that you need anywhere from 620 parking spaces to 538 parking spaces. So point here that just trying to illustrate to you is that the parking numbers can fluctuate greatly, not only based on the use, but what number of parking spaces are we trying to replace, and what type of parking coefficient do we want to apply to these numbers. Again, these are all concept drawings, and we're just talking conceptually about numbers of parking spaces, and we would like to know council's direction as to what is the goal or what is the objective in each of those types of scenarios. Assuming that we are building the 422 spaces and these number of units identified, the next slide gives you an idea of the size of this project. So the cost of construction of the project is a $98 million project. That is an important number to us in that it identifies what the assessed valuation will translate to, and it will also help us identify what the revenue stream is for the TIF, the tax increment that we will generate on this project. And what that does is that $98 million tells us that if the project is built and all of our forecasts are correct on rents and values, and the work that we've done with the assessor and how they will assess the property, we believe that we will generate a $20 million TIF for this project, and the net then is a $78 or $79 million equity or cash investment that is needed. When we run that analysis and any pro forma, when we work in a community where there is a TIF increment, we have to justify that we need that increment. And in layman's terms, it's referred to as the but-for test. And that but-for test simply means but for the TIF increment, would a typical developer develop a project without that TIF increment? The city has a TIF consultant, that's SB Friedman. They're a well-versed, well-experienced TIF consultant. They're your consultant. They would, in essence, review our costs of what we're proposing of construction for this based on what they have seen and what they verify in the future of the actual cost. They would also look at the analysis of what the anticipated revenues are, and are we estimating that revenue stream correctly, and if we are, what property taxes does it generate, and what TIF do we need in order to get a reasonable return. So that we believe that TIF increment would be verified by them. If you were to give a TIF increment, it's just not writing us a check. We have to provide you proof of those expenses, and in return, that we have to provide you waivers so that you are then most likely through your consultant verifying that yes, they did have those expenses. They're verified that they were paid to various trades for various work, and so then the TIF dollars would be applied to those costs. Unfortunately, in the Green and Elm, the return on investment at that for only the $20 million TIF revenue stream did not generate significant or enough return to the developer, and there needs to be a second funding source for this project to go forward, and that was in essence a $2 million grant or a $2 million funding of another source, whether that be a food and beverage. Even with applying that $2 million plus the $20 million grant, we are not yet at what is a reasonable or an acceptable return that we believe that your consultant would agree that we have reached the floor of what that reasonable return is. So it is still a little bit short. However, again, this is in concept. There's several things that will change the numbers on this sheet. As I said, the number of the assessed valuation could change. If the number of units change, the number of apartment units change, that changes the revenue stream. If the amount of commercial space changes, that could change the revenue stream. And then if the number of parking spaces is increased or decreased, that would change the cost of the project, but no revenue. But as a minimum, we're trying to kind of get our arms around where are we at, or what are we in a ballpark of where this project needs to be, whether that be in height, whether it be in size of square footage, whether that be in the number of parking spaces, and how many parking spaces do we need to replenish, is there a shared coefficient, et cetera. All of those items come into play when you're trying to come up with a final plan of what may meet the site requirements. So again, that is trying to get allow you to get your arms around what this project, the value of it, et cetera. So with that, I'll open it up for questions that the council may have.
Before we do that, Suzanne, you want to go ahead and take the floor?
I wanted to say, just for the council's reference and for the audience's reference, a tax increment financing district has been established over the entire downtown. So in concept, both of the developments that Shodine is here presenting on tonight would be removed from that downtown TIF that currently exists and would be established as separate TIF districts that are only over the properties that would be redeveloped. And so every dollar then that is generated in that additional increment would go back into funding that particular development and would not be used for other uses in downtown. I just wanted to say that, first of all. Second of all, TIF as a funding source can only be used for very specific purposes that have to do with redevelopment. So property acquisition, demolition, public improvements, those types of things. So it's not money that is paid to the developer just, to help him build his apartment units, right? It's got to be used for things that are very, very specific and benefit the municipality. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and if I could just reiterate that point, that this analysis, this increment that is being generated, that we are, the $20 million of increment or value is only generated by the uses and the proposed project that you see on this plan. So this is not taking, as Suzanne had indicated, not taking any increment generated by any other property other than those properties on this sheet. So in theory, if this project were to be built, the idea of a TIF is that this gets built, it generates an increment, and the neighboring properties, in essence, start to increase or improve in value. As those properties are going up, they may be contributing to the TIF, but we are not seeking those TIF dollars from those properties outside the ones that we are redeveloping. So, and that's similar with our cost. Our costs are only for the projects that you see on the sheet. So it's costs for those projects and the tax increment generated specifically by these projects.
Thank you, David. At this time, open up for questions by the City Council. Alderman Bassey.
Suzanne, could you go back to the investment one, please? Thank you. Dave, I'm looking at your land cost, and for city cost it says by city, and for developer you've got $750,000. But the city spent $996,000 on the savings bank, $450,000 on the carpet store, former carpet store, and $364,000 on the former Houston, which it appears is where all of your development is going to be going. What will be your financial contribution to the cost of the land?
So that in our analysis, the land in this case, other than a $750,000 line item that we have no other land costs in the analysis. So the land that you're referring to, such as the carpet store, the savings bank, those parcels that Ross had identified were acquired by the city, those would be contributed to the project, or in essence acquired by the developer for the nominal the $10 for the land purchase.
That's
And
a
that
pretty
is,
good deal.
and that is, you may say that's a great deal, and there's no hidden secret or hidden agenda there, that the costs, certainly if the costs were included, we would have to generate additional increment for those costs. And that is a common practice in most municipalities where there is TIF and where there is land dedication, that it's necessary to make the project work
So
financially.
we're looking at roughly $1.8 million of contributed land that costs the taxpayers. Does that sound about right?
I don't know, I haven't added up all of the properties. Ross, did you have the dollar amount?
I have my calculator on another thing, so. 996-450-364.
It's close, yeah.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll let the rest of the council ask theirs before I go back. Thank you.
Alderman Santee, go ahead.
Thank you. David, thank you for the presentation. Could you go back like 2 or 3 slides to the, that, one more? Yeah, there. A couple of questions on height, David. With the 4 stories, 2 buildings, do we have an idea of do we know close proximity of height?
So the southerlymost building is a 4+2.
Okay.
And that building, because of the slope of Green Street, you will in essence be losing roughly half of a story to a full story in the dirt grade. So at the northerly end of the building, it most likely would be 5 stories of exposure. If you were to flip back several slides to that illustration where we had the green pea pod and the neighboring, that is a realistic height perspective if you were on the street taking that photograph of the built buildings. If you would like actual elevations, meaning grades elevations, we can get those actual elevations and grades as far as a number above sea level of what each floor would be and the roof line would be.
Yeah, and 12 feet times 6, right?
Dave, on average, 12 feet per story, roughly?
On average.
On average, 12 feet
yes.
per story. So you're looking at 60 feet on the north side and roughly 72 to 75 on the south end.
Okay, because there were definitely some concerns, and some council members in regards to the height of the building. Next question I had is, and I guess go back to my diagram, the Riverwalk building today where the retail and Buddy's is at, as my understanding, it's about anywhere between certain portions of that building are 15 feet off the curve and other portions are 25 feet off the curve. Especially with, the building that's on Green Street, how far is there a number, do we know, or is movement there in regards to potentially matching it up, at least getting to that amount of setback, to the building on the east-southeast building?
If you would like to give us a dimension.
I mean, looking to try to match it or make it better.
The,
You know, get it
we have
off
no-
the street.
There's I would say if you're in that 5 to 10 foot range, for that pedestrian walkway or in front of the building, that would be, we have no objection to that.
Mm-hmm.
Would like to know what dimension it is that you're shooting for, you're requesting.
Yeah.
However, what, good planning will tell you that when that building gets pushed too far back off of the public sidewalk,
Mm-hmm.
you lose the opportunity of, people refer to it as window shopping.
Sure.
And in essence, the building is too far off the main walkway. And good planning wants the building, and retailers want that building tighter to the sidewalk.
Sure, and once again, I understand what you're saying, Dave, but it's a pretty much like a negotiating point where I think I would like to see at least 15 to 25 feet back off of that. And that's just, I'm just one person here, but, you know, that's one thing when I look at that. I ask that question because I try to see it matching up with the building across the street on the other side of the, south of the creek, AKA the, you know, the Riverwalk building with the Buddy's apartment in there. And then also, I know kind of unique, and found it not necessarily, I mean, not really aesthetic, well, not really pleasing to me, but the second floor of that building gets pushed back also where there's that, and I think I see some concept like that where there's actually like a balcony around that second floor. Understanding that you need to put a certain amount of units in there, is that a possibility to look into where we're taking that second floor and then going back a little bit above the retail, you know, first floor of residency?
I would ask, what is a little bit?
Well,
And so if it's not trying to be sarcastic with you,
no.
but if you push the building back
Yeah.
10 to 15 feet, now all of a sudden you have changed the
Sure.
load-bearing walls of the structure, and you now have additional columns in the garage. So it can
Sure.
become
Yeah.
it can become expensive.
Mhm.
And then what is the use of that space?
Sure.
So I would ask you, try to find for us what that is, and I would have to check to see
Okay.
if that dimension can be accommodated or not.
And then aesthetically, there's a lot of, you know, the Riverwalk building has one look. There's older buildings that have different looks, and I know, you know, from your example, well, I don't know, so I'm asking again, is you know, and this would all be negotiated as we go along, where the aesthetics would have to be approved by staff and then by us in regards to making it aesthetically pleasing and, you know, a very good look in regards to that downtown area. Because, you know, what we've seen, and I do like some of the pictures examples that you brought in today, is that I'd like to see, you know, try to get it to match up to what's going to be surrounding it, you know, to try to, you know, as much as possible, get that look, you know, whether it's a facade, a brick, you know, whatever that is, but, you know, that we just have to work on and make sure that I just don't want to see something generic in nature. I guess that's the easiest way just to say it, and that's just I know it's just a general statement, it's just something to work off of. And knowing that just with what we did here in regards to 12 feet per floor, that we're looking at somewhere between 60 to 70 feet in height, and knowing that the Riverwalk building is 65 feet today, and for the rest of its life, is that 70 feet, 72 feet, what type of roof structure are we talking about?
Well, if you did the 12 feet per floor at 6 floors, that is to the ceiling or a flat roof at
Flat roof.
72.
72.
Then if you wanted a pitched roof, depending on whether you wanted a lower or softer pitch versus a steep gable pitch,
That's flat roof.
you could add anything from, I would say, 6 to 12 feet.
All right, so 76 to 82,
If you wanted a pitched roof.
pitch roof. That's all I have right now, thank you.
Alderman, can I ask you a question? You had suggested 15 to 20 feet of the setback of the building. Is that off of the back of the curb, or where is that 15
Off the
feet?
curb.
Off of the curb. Thank you.
And I know, I'm sorry, and I just thought about this, but the Riverwalk building was our first TIF project, and I don't recall the exact number, but I know the land number was quite low on that project. Thank you.
Alderman McClatchy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start off by saying 1,000 apartments is a whole lot, and we got to cut this back. So I'm okay with the property behind it, up by 120, but I definitely have issues with Green Street. You're talking 6 stories on Green Street, right?
So, on Green and Elm, this slide, and I'm sorry if we could reduce, so on this site at Green and Elm, we're proposing, there's 3 buildings here. That south building is a 6-story building. Our total unit count on Green and Elm here is 303 units out of
Gotcha.
all of those buildings.
Thank you. So would you consider making that a 2-story building?
And how many levels of parking?
We'll do parking behind it.
So surface parking behind it.
Right.
So then you'd eliminate the northwest building?
I'm talking about the south one.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding you, you're saying a 2-story residential building on the south building, and we would surface park behind it.
Right.
Is that,
Mhm.
so in order to surface park it, we would have to eliminate some of the building footprint of that northwest building.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm trying to understand, and then we're, in essence, if we're gonna surface park it, then we're gonna lose that building.
Mhm.
Is that what you're thinking of?
Well, the question is, are you okay with 2 stories on Green Street?
And I don't think 2 stories is appropriate on Green Street. I don't think it is a tall enough building on Green Street, and I don't think it's gonna financially work for you, but it depends on what you're going to do with the parking. Because of the structured parking is such an expense, in order to pay for it, we have to generate enough TIF increment. And you won't generate a whole lot of TIF increment with 2 stories. So they're all interrelated. And if you're gonna surface park it, which alleviates some of the cost, now all of a sudden we've lost the building to the north. And if I took that south building, we're saying it's 138 units on 4 floors, it would in essence be 65 units at 2 stories. So it's
I understand what you're saying. So you're not okay with 2 stories?
no.
I don't have any more questions.
Alderman Glad?
You know, one of the things I wanted to bring up was, could you pretty much tell me, you've got all these numbers for parking and whatnot, as far as garage parking, total parking, grade parking, replace existing. Exactly how many parking spots are you talking about for the entire development here? And how many of them would be needed for the development you're talking about?
So on this sheet here, you'll see that we are providing, per this concept design, it's 422 parking spaces are shown in this plan. And on that chart, we believe that we would technically need 329 spaces, and as a peak number for those uses.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
so then the question is, how many of the existing spaces do we want to replace? If that is a number between 329 and 422, which is, I'm going to say, roughly 100 spaces, we in essence have a surplus of 100 spaces that in essence could be classified as replacing the 100 spaces.
Yeah, and we had how many spaces there right now?
197.
I'm sorry?
197.
So let's say 200 to be easy to say. So basically, what you're talking about is what? We're losing parking for what we have right now for public parking.
So, yeah, so there would be a reduction in parking. Then the next question would be is out of those, do you want to replace 100% of those existing parking spaces, or do you believe that you want to replace 80% or some percentage do you want to replacement of those existing spaces?
And again, I can't talk for the entire council, but I know I've had discussions with one or two, and we do need a parking garage out there, and maybe it's a public parking garage we need. And I don't think that working with a developer to build, 6 stories to get part of that parking is adequate. And I think when you look at that south end, I wonder if that isn't maybe the ideal spot to put the parking garage for everybody that's existing. And as a council member, I'm looking at, we've got problems out there right now from what I'm being told as far as parking problems at this point in time. And new development is going to do nothing but impact that problem. And I think right now, this council needs to look at how we're going to solve that parking problem before we go moving forward with this type of a project.
And I agree with you that's another way to solve it is for the city to build a parking garage themselves and to solve and open up or free up land. But then ultimately, I think you as a council need to ask yourself is how do you pay for that proposed parking garage? In this scenario, we're trying to use TIF increment we're trying to generate a TIF increment to help pay for some of that parking garage.
Needless to say, that parking garage is going to get paid for by tax dollars, one way or another, any way you look at it. And TIF money is property tax dollars from our residents. Not just our residents, but the residents within all those taxing bodies, whether it be the county, the township, District 15, District 156, everybody in those taxing bodies at different levels, because some of us are in all of those districts and some of us are only in a couple, but everybody that's in those districts are paying part of this. It's not a huge amount when you look at, per individual, but it is our tax dollars. And that 1% that our administrator brought up a few weeks back, if we can pay you $2 million and pay $160,000 a year to get 2 levels of parking, and we took a look at a city parking garage at 5.4 for a 2-level, and again, in the last discussions, the higher you go, the cheaper it gets. Maybe we take a look at it. Maybe a 3-story garage would cost us $6 million. Yet we still have more than enough money coming in on that 1% of what they're estimating to pay for that garage. Not looking at having it held over our head to add extra parking for your development. You're talking about a parking garage, but you are impacting that parking garage very significantly, yet you're asking our tax dollars to do that, plus you're asking for extra cash, plus you want to buy our properties for $10 that we need for a parking garage. And all those things just kind of really boggle my mind. Why are we here? We're here to do what's best for the city of McHenry. You talk about architectural standards and everything else and how nice they look and whatnot. They might not look good. They might look good in Geneva. They might look good in Arlington Heights. But this is McHenry. This is not the same type of town. And the flavor of this town is a lot different. And I think when you talk on architectural, maybe you need to take a look at what the past history of the architecture out there is and try to blend a little bit more of what you're looking at rather than the modernistic look of what is good as far as architecture. And I'll leave it at that for right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
David, so I just want to touch on the parking just quickly. So this isn't in the presentation, but I believe Shodine is anticipating that these garages may also become public parking garages, similar to the conversation we had about 1111 North Green. So I don't know, Dave,
Correct.
if you want to just confirm that? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I get that, but I also get the fact that, yeah, it's the same scenario as 1111, which nobody agreed with. So, that's all I'm saying.
Alderman Massey?
Thank you. Okay. First of all, Green Pea Pod, they have been around for 20 years. They just had their ribbon cutting. So sorry I was 10 minutes late. They have been an established business when Green Street was bad, when it was good. They've just always been here consistently. And I have issues with a corporate landlord coming in and trying to relocate them. They've been doing perfectly well there. They don't really want to move. And if they don't move, are you planning one of the slides you showed us? Were you going to dwarf them?
So I can tell you that we too agree with you. The Green Pea Pod is a great establishment.
Where they
They're-
are located now?
Certainly not where they're going to be or where they were. They've always been there. So where they are at, they are a good establishment. They're good business people. There have been several friendly discussions and negotiations. The plan has always been to keep them in downtown McHenry and provide perhaps a more efficient location for them because they're using multiple floors to run their operation, and if they could get it onto one floor, also to perhaps provide them where they're more proud of the street or on the street, and or provide them with some outdoor dining opportunities more than what they have today. So regarding those negotiations, they continued today, and I believe that they have been open, and we have been open with them on the discussions back and forth. By no means are we trying to be some corporate entity that is going to try to push a small business out of town. And I believe that they understand that and they accept that, and that's why they've been cordial back. So,
Because they are lovely people, that's why. A couple of other things. We'll just leave it at that. You've got 303 units on your slide here with the 3 buildings. First of all, June 17th, we said we did not want 6 stories. I see 6 stories here. I see a 4 and 2. That was something that we'd not want to see on 1111. There were 4 votes that said we didn't want it, and now I see it. So I'm not so sure if just moving it slightly would really change the opinion. And then I have one more thing, and then that's really all I have to say. You have 303 units, and just assuming 1 car per unit, and assuming that it is $100 a month, which you had mentioned last time, you're going to make $363,000 or $363,600 annually, again, for not having guaranteed parking. I just want to confirm that.
you're asking me if I'm making that?
Well, if you charge parking.
We don't charge for the parking. The discussion on 1111 that we had and what we have suggested to you is that this is a public parking garage. The people parking overnight would come to the city and acquire permits from the city to park there overnight. They'd be paying the city the fees. So if your illustration or your suggestion of the $360,000 would be a fee that the people, the residents would be paying to city to park in the parking garage.
Okay, thank you for that. And are they guaranteed parking?
No.
No more questions. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Alderman Davis?
Yeah, I just wanted to try to build on Alderman Santi's question. So in Oswego, on the setback, do you know what that one is right now? And would the Green Street one be similar to that?
So on the setbacks in Oswego are only well, if you're going to take it from the back of the curb, it's probably about a 10-foot from the back of the curb on the north, east, and west sides of the building. On the south side of the building, where it's a state route, because of that right-of-way line is on an angle, and the state right-of-way line is farther back than the public sidewalk, that is about a 20-foot, 25-foot setback from the actual curb. On that again is on the south side of the building.
That's all I wanted to clear up.
Alderman Miller, go ahead.
Dave, thank you. It's been a long process to get to where we are tonight, 2.5 years, and we finally have a concept that we can start to visualize and negotiate, because I want to remind everyone here, this is a concept, and giving direction that we want to work with you, an established master developer, gets us to the next step of making decisions and negotiating what we see. So I want to personally, since I've been involved in this whole process, thank you for getting us here so far. So what I see, you've taken our discussion to heart about parking, and you have provided us numbers that we can work with and use as a starting point, because parking downtown is critical. And I think, as I have personally toured your other sites, you've been very aware of downtown parking needs. And I'm thankful that you have provided these numbers, and I will continue to push you very hard about providing as much parking as possible. Architecturally, I'd like to see something more creative and something more in line with McHenry, as Alderman Glab said. Not that your buildings are not attractive, but this is our future. This is the future of McHenry. I continue to have in my head resonating, what do we want to be when we grow up? And what's it going to look like 30 years from now? So this is, again, a good start point. Every other developer that's come to McHenry, we've pushed hard on a natural something on the outside, so your limestone, your brick. But this is a Riverwalk, and this is going to be, whatever it is, the highlight of McHenry. So I would love to sit in my chair and say I want it beautiful, and I want to be proud of it, and I don't want it to look like other buildings. So just food for thought. The northwest building is currently all residential. If we're creating a new street, and I love the name Water Street, by the way. I think it should be John Smith Parkway, but Water Street is okay. Sorry, John. I always like to pull you into the conversation. Have you considered any commercial space on the northwest building? Because that's going to be a new street that has a really pretty front face.
We did, and the concern is with the commercial rents and the viability of getting people to walk north on Water Street or north on John Smith Street, and trying to lure the shoppers that direction. We are very concerned that would work, and most likely would it be vacant space. So that's why we shied away from that.
So I'll just revisit the tiny shops that we have, and in their first year of success, we had 10 purveyors down there. 8 of them were ready to go to bricks and mortar. So they didn't need 8,000 square feet. They needed 2,000 square feet or 3,000 square feet. They'd already built a customer base. They'd already built an opportunity, and they needed bricks and mortar that we didn't have. So just food for thought there. Keep that in mind. As far as my other comments, again, it's concept. I could have a very long and lengthy discussion with you about what I think is good for there, but I think in concept, I would like to continue the conversation and start to negotiate the actual requirements of what you may, at some point, if we reach an agreement, see there. I'm not opposed to what I see, but I'd like to see something more, and that's just my personal thought. We have one chance to do this right, and I want to do it right the first time. So, thank you for your concept, thank you for your vision, and I'm hopeful that we can get to at least further discussion to nail down what we really absolutely need there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Santee, go ahead.
I want to follow up on the Oswego comment from previous alderman about the Oswego building. I know I was there. Do you know how many feet are curb to building on the east side of that building? Because that's where we entered, correct? And
Correct.
All I recall is not much.
It is, I'm going to say that it's in the 8 feet.
Okay.
On the east side
So
of that building.
that kind of, just, a little bit, too close. But one elected official's opinion, just saying it's too close. And I wanted to put a hypothetical in front of the council. If the two buildings first off, the two main buildings on the Green Street project, if we were to do a couple things here, A, take off the top floor, B, that smaller building way on the north side, which was the smallest building, were eliminated, and that, in my viewpoint, that would be just standard parking there, just regular, just one right on the ground parking. Knowing that you're losing units on your top floor, but I'm suggesting that the parking numbers stay the same. So we're eliminating units, but we're keeping the parking numbers the same. I know that would be that would be another, you would be losing money on that. And what would the city have to do to develop a project of that size? I mean, there's a number that we would probably have to come up with, but it's taking a floor down, but it's keeping the parking the same. We have to, there would be more input on behalf of the city side of that, and then we would eliminate that small building and place, parking in that section. I know it's something we can't sit down and work on right now, but I wanted to float that, I just wanted to float that idea out there.
So, Alderman, if I could do some real rough back-of-the-napkin math for you.
Okay.
If you eliminated the northeast building, that's 33 units.
Okay.
Let me.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're right, go ahead.
If I heard you correctly, if you took a floor off of the northwest building, which is currently that building's 132, so I'm going to say that you took off 35 of those units. And if you took off 35 units off of the south building, because that building's 138 units, you'd be eliminating roughly 100 units, and out of a total of 303 units. So that is roughly 1/3 of the assessed valuation. So in my eyes, quick back of the napkin, I'm going to say that you're going to lose, if you're losing 1/3 of the assessed valuation, you're going to lose 1/3 of the TIF increment. So the $20 million TIF increment you're gonna lose roughly, call it $7 million. You're gonna be at a $14 million TIF with a $7 million shortfall because you still want to provide the same number of parking spaces. So that would not financially work without another incentive grant somehow paying that difference of that roughly $7 million.
$7 million,
Seven,
roughly. And I know you're top.
Exactly,
off-
back of the
Off
napkin.
the back of the napkin, you know, quick math right here. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments by council?
Yeah, I just want to state, number one, there was an article in the paper about eminent domain, and to me, there's eminent domain that the city needs to use when it's needed. It's another thing when there's a want, and needed is more critical than just wanting development. And I just kind of wonder how the rest of the council feels of eminent domain, and how many of us would even be behind doing eminent domain on another property. Because I think that's a big issue here. There's several different properties that are out there that the city's negotiating or whatever, and I, for one, will not vote for eminent domain on any of these properties, and I just wondered, again, how the rest of the council felt about it.
Alderman, if I can make the comment on this site.
I'm sorry,
plan
not right now, because we have a
Alderman
discussion
Glab.
about, I'm sorry,
You're not running the meeting.
but I am I
No.
did have the, okay,
Thank you.
fine. So this is not a city council meeting, this is your meeting.
I am running the meeting, yes. David, go ahead.
I'd just like to make it clear that on this plan that we were reviewing, the Green and Elm project, there is no request for eminent domain on this project. So it sounded as though you're thinking that there's some request before you for eminent domain on Green and Elm. There is none.
Thank you, David. Any other questions, comments? Alderman Cook, did you have any feedback at all? I know I'm just kind of,
Hearing all the yays and nays and all that, still doesn't solve the problem of parking. A lot of rentals. It seems like we're losing 100, if we leave it as is, or we start building, we're losing 100 parking spots. I mean, I like the concept. There's not enough elbow room.
so density and parking is your two top.
That is correct.
Thank you. Ross, go ahead.
Dave, could you kind of explain the 80% with the vacancy, and then, you know, the hours of when the residents would be allowed to park, when the public would not be allowed to park, because I think that's important to understand that type of parking structure.
Sure. So the 80% number that we have used, or that I have used in this example, traffic engineers that we have read reports on, and planning, the Urban Land Institute as an example, that they've used anywhere from a 20 to 30% discount, I'll say, in shared parking and vacancy. So, as an example, in apartment rentals, if you are in the 90% tile, somewhere in the 90% of on your apartments, you are considered doing extremely well on occupancy. So, knowing that there is always somebody moving out and somebody moving in, and a unit is being cleaned or painted or redecorated, et cetera. So there's some number in there that, let's say it's, you know, is it 5% to 10% of the units are, quote, vacant. We also know that retail and commercial space, if you walk down Green Street today, there's some vacant space. What is that vacant space? There's always vacant space. You can never be 100% fully occupied on commercial. So again, do you need to provide parking spaces for those vacant spaces? So that is somewhat a percentage number that should be used for, quote, for vacancy. Then there's the idea of shared parking. Shared parking really is associated with, if I go to the grocery store, I drive my car, I go to the grocery store, get my groceries, and I leave. I'm not really sharing my parking space. However, if I lived above the grocery store, I might drive home, park my car for the evening, and I would walk downstairs or walk to the grocery store. So in essence, I'm using two of the uses, residential and the retail store, for one parking space. So that is commonly referred to as shared uses. I'm using several of the uses, in this case, in the downtown, but I'm parking at one parking place. So that, again, is another reduction of some number. Based on that, you wouldn't provide, again, 100% for each of those independent uses. So with that, you apply a shared ratio. Secondly, you then need to discuss, okay, when is the peak demand of parking for a residential unit versus peak demand for a breakfast restaurant or for a lunch restaurant or for a dinner restaurant or a downtown as a whole. And generally, the peak demand on apartments, the peak demand is in the evening when people are coming home from work and parking their car for the evening, versus the retail stores and or office spaces in the downtown start to close in the evening. Workers have gone home, so they don't need the parking spaces. And now you have the residential uses that do need the parking spaces in the evening. So it's a shared, in essence, shared parking spaces. So with all of those into account, most municipalities and communities take some discount or factor in those parking spaces. That's the philosophy and concept behind the shared and vacancy reduction factor.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Thank you, Dave.
Excuse me, Mayor? Could I make a motion to adjourn? Do we not have to open up the next meeting at 7 o'clock?
Man, you act like you're running this meeting. I'm
asking.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I just made a motion to adjourn for this meeting.
Whoa.
Can we not?
You can do anything you want as a majority, but if you adjourn it, to me...
But we're publicized at 7 o'clock with this continuation in there.
No, we're gonna flow into this one, and they're both gonna go at once.
Okay.
That's gonna happen. That's what I recommend.
All right, that's fine.
No. All right, we're going to go ahead and start this next meeting, so I'm going to go ahead and do this, and then we'll get started again. So at this time, at 7 p.m., I would call the meeting to order, a regular city council meeting on Monday, July 15th. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Santee?
Here.
Alderman Glad?
Here.
Alderman McClatchy?
Here.
Alderwoman Bassey?
Here.
Alderman Davis?
Here.
Alderman Cook?
Here.
Alderwoman Miller?
Here.
Thank you, Council. At this time, before we continue discussion on this, is there any public comment for items that are not on the agenda, whether it's this one or if it's regarding any of this development? We would ask that you wait for public comment until the council is done discussing, and then we'll go to the public. But is there anyone from the public that would like to make a public comment regarding some items that are not on the agenda this evening? Sir? Is this regarding the development, sir? No.
Any other time?
It'll come up. If it's on this agenda, if we're... Can you please press the center button there? State your name and address for public record.
My name's James Brancato. I live at 3406 Waukegan Road on the Riverwalk, and the townhomes there. I'd like to ask the city council, the mayor, police department, we have ordinances posted that are not being enforced in the motor vehicles, scooters, bikes, not only the motor ones, you also have the regular bicycles, okay? They're not allowed, okay? But there's nobody doing anything about it. And I'd like to see the council, and I'd like to see yourself as mayor, and maybe the police, come up with a plan, okay? Because I've seen already that the police have stopped a few people, given them warnings, but that doesn't change anything. They need to be fined if they're going to abuse the ordinance, just like you would an auto, So, that's my concern,
Thanks.
okay?
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Leave it on?
You can leave it on. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make a public comment? Once again, this is for items that are not on the agenda this evening. So any type of development that we're talking about, you'll have the opportunity to speak shortly. Is this regarding the development? Yep. Yeah, so you'll, hold tight. You're going to have that opportunity shortly. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and continue the discussion. Alderman Miller?
Dave, I just want to have you refresh my thoughts on construction, timing, duration, where are you starting if we ever get to an agreement, and are you marching up the hill? Are you doing all three buildings at once? Are you doing one building at a time? What would construction look like of this concept?
For this project with the three buildings, roughly speaking, that one building would be built after the next building, and the first two buildings, the first building would be the furthest south building, the second building would be the northwest building, and then the third building would be the northeast building. Each of the first building would take approximately 2 years to construct, and then the second building would take approximately 2 years to construct, and the last building would take approximately 18 months.
And when do you think, if we can get to an agreement, when do you think construction would begin?
So if, once a developer's agreement was signed, it would take approximately 1 to 2 years to get through final construction documents out for bid, final budgets established, and financing established. So it would be approximately 2 years from after the developer's agreement.
So, assuming that we are July of 2024, it takes months to negotiate and agree to a developer agreement. That puts us somewhere into 2025. So you would not move dirt or anticipate not moving dirt or starting construction on the south building till some point in 2027.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments by council regarding this development at Green and Elm?
I have a question.
Yes.
This is moving on to the regular agenda, correct? Let me the comments moving forward should be on the regular agenda. Even though it's a continuation of public listening,
Correct.
okay. All right, thank you for the clarification.
Once again, any other questions, comments? David, obviously there's been some discussion around setbacks and so forth, and height, density, appearance, parking. Is there anything else that you're looking for from this council regarding Elm and Green?
I don't know if you're going to take public comment and then
Yeah, I will.
come back with some
All right, so,
further
sorry.
concrete definition. I think, although we've had some general talk, I guess I'm of the opinion that we, whether it's the developer and or staff, believe that we have or need some some further direction on some of those bulk standards. I don't feel that I have
I would agree.
clear direction.
Okay. I wanted to make sure you're on the same page. All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, regarding this development only, I would ask that you keep it to 3 minutes. If there's someone else that would like to speak and that someone's already made those statements, we ask that you would not make the same statement multiple times, just to speed the meeting along here. But we'll go ahead and start off with the people that signed in to speak. Tony Esposito. Is this regarding this development or the next one?
The Riviera.
Perfect, thank you, sir. John Kunat? This one or the next one?
Well, I'll do both of it. This one start with.
Okay. Floor is yours. If you hit the center button, state your name and address for public record.
John Cunat, 6102 Chickaloon Drive, McHenry. I'm not certain where this whole thing goes. I have been in this business now for 48 years. I'm part of this community. We own currently 4,000 apartments. It may not make me a master builder, but I have a lot of development expertise.
I have been on the building department's case for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Our parking ordinance for apartments is way under, it's under. Right now, we have no parking stalls on any of our previous developments. The last 3 we developed, we put over 2 units per apartment, and they're full, all the time. To share a parking lot with our commercial people, how many seats does the Vixen have?
There's no seats, but it holds 690.
690. So let's say half of them, 300 show up. Buddy Z's holds 100. Across the canal, they hold another 50, 60. So those people all show up for dinner, go to the show, whatever they do. They're there until 10 o'clock or whenever the Vixen does shut down. All the people coming home have no place to park. They have permits for the night, so what do they do with their cars? Do they circle the Alamo for the next 5 hours till those spots open up? The density here is staggering. There should be a minimum of 600 spots for just the apartments. That has nothing to do with the commercial area. We've taken away all, in the current plan, all of the ground parking that we need. You go to Park Ridge, many of the other suburbs, they have wide open parking in the middle of town. They've recognized that parking may be as important to the businesses as it is to having apartments. Currently, for the last 4 years, 5 years, while you cannot have 100% occupancy like Dave said, we are at 100% occupancy. Each month, we probably lose 5%. There's 4 days out, 10 days out, and then the people are in. Units are 100% occupied then. The traffic has no, I don't care about the traffic. People come and people go, every street. But the density of these units in this area is totally out of line for this area. Now, I build apartments. I didn't object to Authentics. But Ross, I don't think I've objected to anybody's apartment coming in, have I? That's my competition, but I don't care. We need more apartments. This is a very bad spot for them. And if you are going to give $4 to $6 million away in cash, I'll sit down then.
If you got a couple seconds.
Well, if you're going to give $4 to $6 million away in cash to a developer, wait till 2005. We won't ask for a tax increment. We'll build enough units there to make it work and keep the parking for the city.
Thank you, sir. I'm just, 2025 is what you, yeah, I just want to, all right, next person, John Smith.
This will be impossible in 3 minutes, so I apologize, but I'll sit down in 3 minutes. I'm also looking at everybody that I know out here. This is going to be very difficult for me because I have so many people here that I work with and are friends and friends out here. I have concerns, and I hope you take them as constructive criticism and not as a whiny person or complaining person or whatever the case may be. But most of my comments will be on the, what's the second part called? I can't even think of it.
Riviera?
Riviera. I just want to, okay, so Shodine has 51 to 59 units per acre. John Cunett, who just sat down, has 14 units per acre. Our Riverwalk townhomes where I live have 12 units per acre. So this is 4 times the density, first of all. I think that's important to understand. I get it. From day one when we started the Riverwalk back in 1999, we always envisioned apartments here and retail and restaurants and things of that nature. So I'm just saying the density is exorbitant. I actually did some research on parking, and I hope you give me time on this. I'm told there's that Shodine is somewhere between 1.14, I think, and 1.38 spaces per unit. And John Keenet just said 2 spaces per unit. Our Riverwalk townhomes have 4.5 spaces per unit. And one of the things that really strikes me in this, on Thursday night I went to the band concert, and you got to just let me get through this. It was over at 8:30. We went to Walgreens, came back. The Green Street parking lot was 100% full, as was every space on Green Street. Next morning, being diligent as I am, I went out and counted the spaces. I came up with 210 or something. I think you said 200, whatever the case. Those spaces overlapped when residents are going to be home at night. So I don't know how this works. I understand, what you're talking about, Dave, and I understand that's the latest and greatest in land planning, but this just doesn't jive. The so-called coefficient of shared parking, we are peaking at the same time. We're peaking in the evenings where we are, because we don't have daytime retail, really. We don't have people roaming the streets during the daytime. We have everybody coming home at night, and we have everybody filtering right to Green Street at night. So it's a major issue there, and what really needs to be done is, I don't think there's a person in this room that could say, we need X amount of parking spaces. We need some type of study to find out, what do we really need? I don't know how we can even discuss this without knowing that. Second, and I'll just sit down after this one, is there 303 units on these? How many units are there? 300. Okay, so 300, and it's roughly 4.5 vehicle movements per day. Did I just turn myself off? Yes, I did. 4.5 vehicles per day, according to the Institute of Traffic Engineers. That times 300 is 1,500 cars per day just from this development that we're talking about, with 3 accesses directly onto Green Street with very limited access to Route 120. That's a lot of cars, people, and I don't know how that works. I really don't. So some of you aren't going to like me anymore, but I just have this on my mind that it's a major issue, and I have other things that I guess I got to wait for another hour or two to talk about when we get to the other parcels. So, but overall, let me just say this. Once again, back in 1999, we always envisioned apartments here along with some type of retail and along with some type of restaurants. So, I mean, we're on the right path, and I give everybody great credit for pushing towards this. It's just overwhelming what we're talking about as far as density and parking.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Sue Meyer? Did you? Oh, all right. Oh, thank you. Sir, podium's yours.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address for public record.
My name is John Brueggemann.
Oh, press the center button.
Press the button. Can you hear me now?
You're good.
Again?
Nope. Hit it. There you go. We're good.
Like that?
Yep. Don't touch it.
All right. Thank you. So my name is John Brueggemann. I'm the owner of Riverside Residence, the senior living facility of 102 apartments on 3516 Waukegan Road, right across from the college. I've been the owner for 2.5 years, and I live very well there with the community on Waukegan Road. I see the college across the street, which has a traffic jam every morning and every afternoon when the parents come to pick up their kids. And the gentleman in front of me, who spoke in front of me, hit the button right at the right place. You know, the traffic on Waukegan Road will be unacceptable. We have already residents living there. We have the college with all the traffic jams morning and afternoon, right? And I cannot see how this can be resolved with the density that is proposed for this particular project. Not only that, the whole meeting started with, this is purely conceptual.
I've not seen anything that is conceptual. I've not heard anything that is conceptual. Everything is about colors of the walls, the balcony here, the parking lot there, etc. But the major concept of this project is how it fits into our community, in our neighborhood of Waukegan Road. And as correctly said by the previous speaker, the intersection of Green Street will be jammed up. There is no way where else to go. Secondly, I've seen a plan which also included a hotel. Is that true? There's a hotel plan for that location? Huh?
Not on Green and Elm.
Not anymore. Okay, there was a notion that there was a 130-room hotel, which is totally out of context.
No.
That should never be
So that's on the
there.
Riviera, so that's on Waukegan, that's on the wastewater treatment site.
Okay, all right.
Plan.
Okay, so with regard to the architecture, several people have commented on it also. I'm a developer, and hotel developer and residential developer before I became an owner of a senior living facility. I did it for nearly 50 years, and I'm only 42 years old. So, having said that, the architecture that is proposed is midtown, mid-suburban architecture. Has nothing to do with waterfront architecture. I even suggest that we also think about us having apartments there, condos there. Along Riverwalk, there are beautiful homes. They are owned by the people who bought those. I think there is place for ownership in this beautiful location, a beautiful building, multiple levels, maybe 2 or 3 levels, with nice big balconies overlooking the river, and those condos can be very well priced and with a beautiful creative architecture that will be a better development for the city of McHenry than this over-ambitious project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So once again, these are conceptual plans. We just received the finals last week. The reason that I just want to respond a little bit. The reason regarding the colors and so forth, some individuals, whether it's public or council or staff or what the case may be, is more vision of what it could look like. I think it's important. So when Dave was presenting this, we all thought it was important to make sure you show those type of options, so that way you don't just show a box. And I think we learned our lesson a little bit on 1111, just showing a box and not showing what the architectural actually looks like. So I think it's important to be upfront and share what the buildings could potentially look like. And obviously, none of us council members or myself has come out publicly supporting this development. This is a conceptual plan and getting input from the council and input from the actual residents, and that's what this meeting's all about. So I just want to make sure that you are aware of that as well. John?
I really have no right to ask this, but can we, that gentleman just talked about, what is it?
Riviera.
Can we finish our comments on that now, so we don't have, because, I mean, there's going to be another 2-hour discussion on that, and everybody's going to be leaving, so, I mean, I have another 3 or 4 minutes to say on that. I mean, or do you want to hold that off? I mean, because we have people that...
I mean, we're almost right, we're going to be going right into that other...
Okay.
My concern is, I think the public would hopefully want to hear what the council has to say as well to add on to their comments, so I'd hope that they would stay, but I understand.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. Thank you, John. Any other comments, ma'am? Please state your name and address for public record.
Hi, I'm Judy Walt-Smith, and I live at 2904 Kema Avenue, McHenry. And just to keep it very simple, picture a mixing bowl, okay? Just a round bowl. And all of this building around here, and we're looking down into like a pond or something. The parking in McHenry is terrible. All of our traffic, and this is going to increase, and if we just put it all together, I can't see where it's really going to benefit. And I was disappointed in our mayor at a statement that he said if this didn't go, he might not run. And you have done so well bringing business into, our community. and I don't know why that comment was, was made.
It's regarding the development in general, not this development in general,
No.
not this proposed development. In
But-
general, if we're not gonna move forward of some type of development, there's certain council member that doesn't wanna see development in downtown or anywhere else but west side of town. So there's concerns that I have, and I'm just gonna be straight honest with you, that it's gonna go stagnant. So I'm not saying this development, I'm not saying with Shodine, we've worked hard to take over properties, property acquisitions and so forth, to start development and start growing. Whether it's Cunat or Shodine or whoever else it is, it's important. If not, there's no reason for me to stay in office. And there's no, honestly, it's a waste of time. And
Well,
that's
I'm
just being honest.
complimenting you, you have done a good job.
Sure.
But we
Thank you.
have so much, to me, it looks like we have all this vacant land for parking, and then they want to put all these big buildings in there.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the people gonna, and how many people have only one car?
Sure.
I mean, they have a 2-car garage, 3-car garage. I mean, I know they say money talks, but I think we have to have some common sense, and I feel common sense isn't so common. I thank you.
Thank you. And those are talks that we've had, with council members as well, so, thank you. Sir, right in the front row.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Finney. I live in the Burning Tree subdivision in McHenry. Been here with my wife about 20 years. So first off, I want to just say that apparently a storm is coming up at 9 o'clock, very heavy storm, and it's supposed to be until 1 o'clock, so be safe, please, and consider that when you leave. Then with regards to this subject matter here, Mayor, I voted for you, and I like what you've done so far. I commend you for it, and I understand what you're trying to do in the city, out of development. I'm not anti-development. I'm a progressive myself. So, but I will tell you, just give you all my perspective as a resident here. I think there is probably another way to look at this. I hear the architectural comments and the building size and setbacks and color and this and that. I think there is another way to look at this one. You should maybe, as I look at it as a resident here and from a 60,000 feet level, say, why are we going down the rabbit hole? We don't even have a concept here. And I hear we don't like this. We want the buildings to be matching the setting that we have here, preserving the culture of the city and the setting of the city and look and this and that. So if that's the case, the very first thing we should do is to get back to the drawing table, this council, put your requirements together first. What is it that you want the city to look like? How many buildings, what kind of establishments, what size, this and that. Put all that together, and sole sourcing to this company is wrong to begin with. Why have we signed an exclusive right for this company to be doing business here and coming to us and asking for $2 million a grant, and then $50 million a TIF, and then asking, all sorts of incentives that we're supposed to give this company to come here and do business in our beautiful city. It should be a privilege for a business like that to come in our city and do business. So when we put the package together, okay, the thing is called RFP, and I don't know if you all know what it is, but request for proposal. Mm-hmm. Okay, you package that up, all the requirements that you have, and I do this for a living, okay? I've been doing this for 40 years for a living. And then you choose 15, 20 developers. You go to the developer and say, this is what I want done in the city. Take a look at the package. Come back to me with your best solution, best value for the city. And because you want them to come here to do a development, and you want them to invest in this community, not us spending taxpayers' money, the money that the city had collected and purchased all these buildings, and we talked about $2 million worth of buildings, and give it away to a company to come here and do business. I think that's wrong. We should go use an RFP, ask everybody else, provide a solution.
Thank you. So just for the record, we did do an RFP. We did one on wastewater treatment plant. We got Lindmark. that actually got denied by City Council. We did an RFP. Once again, the only developer was Shodine. So that's where we're standing. This is why they're proposing this. Once again, I think the public is thinking that we're looking just to give them money. This is a proposal. So that's why, once again, the input. So I appreciate that. So thank you. Jenny? No, hit the center button.
When the light's on, the mic's on.
There you go.
Jennifer Sinek, 211 Tralee Lane. I've been a McHenry resident for about 25 years. Obviously, I live on the west side of town. You could say that the west side of town could use some development. Ms. Bassi, I know that you are in my ward. That's not to say that I support everything that has gone on in the downtown district. It's amazing. And in order for the west side of town to be developed, there needs to be parts of the other parts of the town to be developed. I also serve on the District 15 school board, so I know what it's like to be sitting in your seats only for 3 years, 3.5 years. I am appalled at the way that some of you have spoken tonight. Everyone was asked to be professional, to not clap, to not cheer. The people here that I've been sitting around for the last couple hours, I don't know where they stand other to hear the whispering and the grunting and the groaning. It's embarrassing to be a resident of this town and to be privy to this. I'm not saying I support everything that this developer is looking to do. This is the first meeting I've been to about this specific thing. I have followed along in writing and in watching videos of the meetings. There should be no shutdown of concepts. You should be supporting all of us, not just a certain group of people, not just your ward, but everybody as a whole. And you should want to see this town grow, and you should want people to want to come here. We do things like Shamrocks the Fox. We do things like Fiesta Days. We do fundraisers like Rise Up, and we want to bring people here to do those things. Why don't we want people to come here to live and to shop and support the small businesses? That's all.
Thank you. Sir? Can you hit the center button? Sorry.
Good evening. I'm Dennis Finn, 3422 Waukegan Road here in McHenry. I'd like to thank you again for everything that you've done for the city of McHenry. You guys have been really kicking it. I mean, but we got to be careful here, right? Of course, we're all going to have different opinions. Doesn't mean we hate each other. Doesn't mean we don't respect each other. Just means that we have our opinions, right? We're sharing them. And thank you for welcoming everybody to share our opinions. I'd like to address the TIF first. I appreciate Mr. Glab's comments on tax increment financing. I find them very accurate. But I've heard other comments on this as well, and if I think we're supposed to believe that a developer doesn't benefit from a TIF, I'm sorry, but I personally can't buy into that. Of course they do. And it's our money, right? And I guess I'd like to say also, I get it now. We didn't want 188 units, so now we get 1,000. Fantastic. In any event, any development should include underground parking, in my opinion, dig it out, build the slurry walls. Who wants to look at parking lots all over town? I agree with Mr. Santi on his comments on River Place. A few good things about River Place is the upper floors are set back from the bottom retail space floor. And the bottom floor retail spaces are the only portion on Green Street anyway that are built near the sidewalk, but there's a setback. And it provides for more open space on Green Street. And what I've seen here is the whole exterior wall of some of these properties built like 4 feet from the curb. And I think a setback is absolutely necessary. Green Street's tight enough as it is. We can't make it worse by approving high-rise developments right up to the sidewalk, right? I believe many of us could support a home ownership condo or even apartment type of development in the area of Green Street and 120, including the new Water Street, if it isn't so dense, includes adequate underground parking, includes brick or stone facades and setbacks similar to River Place in an effort to provide an open feel for Green Street. Some of our neighboring communities, like Algonquin, for example, include brick or stone facades and building code. I think this provides a richer-looking environment. This, of course, in addition to the setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Hello, City Council. I stand before you today as a concerned resident. My name is Jessica Bedwell. I live at 4602 North Fox Lane. And I am starting to slowly see all of the unique differentiating parts of McHenry being at risk of slipping away in lieu of a cookie-cutter vision for our future. Uniqueness, character, diversity, history. These are the words that should be in the forefront of our minds when we were thinking about the future of our downtown district and our schools. Instead of trying to eliminate unique year-round educational programs and changing our downtown area to conform to a cookie-cutter standard, we should be thinking about how we can further maintain our small-town, big-heart feel. Our character has been able to remain strong throughout our city's rapid growth, but now is at risk. This character is at risk when we are trying to force longtime local business owners to move their business to make way for a corporate plan for our downtown area. This is not the character of the city I know and love. What precedence does this set for our other local business owners who may want to enter into the downtown area? I think before approving any plans for our downtown district, City Council needs to ask itself, what kind of city are we? What is our nature? What is our character? Are the plans in question true to the heart of our city? Our city was once a reprieve from the hustle of big city life, and was seen as a place many wanted to move. With all of our beautiful nature preserves, the Fox River, and our unique downtown businesses, McHenry is a place where people came to visit and decided to stay. Let's keep it that way. Maintain our small town feel by promoting local businesses in our downtown district. I also am in favor of building a parking garage at 1111 Green Street to help these businesses. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Sir in the back? If the next person wants to go ahead and stand over in the corner, over here by this other door, if you want to speak, be on deck. Can you hit the center button there? Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, my name is RJ Fitzgerald. I live at 1409 North Green Street. I actually work at Buddy's East in downtown McHenry, so I work with two of the council people here, kids. So as a host at Buddy's, I can tell you, I personally stare at that parking lot every single day. So for a vast amount of the time, the parking lot is probably 80% empty, I would guess. You know, even when it is busy during the later parts of the day, it'll fill up for about an hour, but I think the lot definitely needs to be filled in, you know, with more buildings. I live just a block away from the downtown pretty much, so I'm able to walk to work every day, and I enjoy it, and I'm sure the people who eventually would live in these buildings would be able to pretty much not use their car for most of the time, be able to walk and shop and go to school in all the downtown areas. So, you know, that's my personal belief. I don't think there's anything unique or interesting about a massive parking lot in the downtown. There's quite a bit of those everywhere, so I think this is a great opportunity for the city of McHenry.
Thank you, sir.
I just need to interrupt real quick. There's a Honda Odyssey with its side door open, TJB 336. Thanks, Bobby.
Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Tom Weaver. I live at 6506 Sycamore Court, the megapolis of McHenry, Illinois. I'm proud to be here. Unlike many of the speakers here, I am not a long-time resident. I've been here a mere 45 years, so I'm a relative newbie. I have some comments to make. They're general comments. Like a previous speaker said, I'm not trying to be hypercritical, but I do have some concerns, and I'd like to vent those concerns to you guys. Number one concern is business. Shodine has spoken. They're a business. They're primarily concerned with their stakeholders, their owners, their management, their team members, okay? And that's as it should be. That's their primary concern. My concern about this, though, is sometimes businesses get too much power. They start asking for freebies. As an example, think of any major U.S. city. Think about a sports team in that city, and this sports team wants to build a new stadium. Why? Because they can increase their revenues, or their business can grow. I understand that. Where I have the problem is when they turn around and say, well, let's have the city build our stadium for us. That I have a real problem with, because I'm a taxpayer, and these are my resources that are being spent, and I want them spent appropriately. And I don't believe, in my mind, helping another company, another business to be financially profitable is the best way of spending my resources. So I do have a concern with that. Okay? Now, with this, there's a risk. Could that sports team go somewhere else? Well, they could. I understand that. But if this is a vibrant city and there's a big base for sports and sports fans, if they don't want to make the investment in staying here, I bet there's someone else who might want to come in and do that. And I think the same thing is true with what we're talking about right now. One of our other speakers mentioned this. I'm not going to go into it in a lot of detail, but having competition to me is very important. So, are we looking at a sole source consultant and how to develop a city, or are we looking at multiple sources? Another speaker has said that. I won't repeat what he said. I think it's extremely important, and it helps level the playing field as we move forward. The third area I'd like to hit on, and that'll be the last one, is fiscal responsibility. Shodine has shown us some of the partial numbers from the concept phase, what it would take, what would make sense for them to make the investment to work with the city of McHenry. The city council, the mayor, need to do the same thing for the city of McHenry. I really hope that shows up, and that's well communicated to all of the people of the city. For example, how much is this investment going to cost the city? What resources are we going to give away or spend? What revenues are we going to give away? What revenues are going to decrease because of our investment? What revenues are going to increase? There's got to be a return on that investment. What's it going to be? Is there going to be a return? Are we going to get our money back? If so, when? And what will happen after we get that break-even point? These are things I think the citizens of McHenry would like to know. It's our money that you guys are going to spend for us. Let's do it the right way. These are my concerns. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Erin Ferment. I live in Lakemore. I was not planning on coming tonight. I was watching via the Zoom link, and I felt compelled by Alderman Glab's comments about the tax money. That's the taxes that we pay. We're in the area where we pay a lot. I think we have like 30 listed line items where our taxes go to out in Lakemore. So, Alderman Glab, you're my motivation for coming tonight, so just put something together real quick. What you've all done with the Riverwalk is amazing. I was just flipping through pictures with my kids today, and to see where the Riverwalk was and where it's come to now is just phenomenal. Like, we appreciate that. My kids love going down there, so thank you so much. But what I feel that the city is doing and trying to do is kind of a slippery slope. No amount of architecture, colors, siding, roof line will change the fact that it's going to make McHenry a place that people are trying to get away from. It's going to be a concrete jungle. I was just down in Arlington Heights for an appointment, and parking was a bear down there, and all you see as you're driving down, you just see these tall buildings with apartments and the spacing underneath. That's not McHenry. That's not the McHenry I've come to know. I've only lived here about 18 years. I'm not not as invested in the community like some of you that have been here many, many years, but that's not the McHenry that I've known, that my kids have come up to know. We're not Vernon Hills, we're not Schaumburg, we're not Arlington Heights, we're not Palatine, we're McHenry. What we have on Green Street is what makes us McHenry, is what sets us apart from everybody else. I'm sure you've all been to what they're trying to call Water and Elm Street about 3:30 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's a mess. Those lights don't work together. The same thing coming up Green in Elm. It's just a complete cluster, so if we're going to add to that traffic with all the apartments going in, just take that into consideration. Also, I know that D15, with their study, stated they're not expecting a population increase in the next 5 to 10 years. What's all these apartments going to do? That's going to increase population. Has that been taken into consideration? That's going to affect the community. That's going to affect the schools, D15 and 156. You say it has nothing to do with District 15 and the schools around. Optics kind of present that a little bit differently, especially when you're talking about the Green Street and Waukegan development. So again, just consider how that's going to affect our school communities. If McHenry needs parking, build the parking garage, okay, not the apartments. This project will cost the city dearly with not much to show in return. I would like to thank you all for your service on the City Council, and Mr. Mayor, thank you so much, and thank you for taking the time and opportunity to allow public comment.
Thank you.
An afterthought. But the Riverwalk is beautiful, but no one ever cleans up Boone Creek. I mean, when you look at it, when I was working, I worked for the police department, and I was on the streets all the time as community service officer. There was like a mattress in there, and there was this and that, and there were people that were looking at it, and I says, why don't you clean it up? And they said, oh, it isn't my job. And with the apartments, parking, everything else, if we could clean up Boone Creek, it would be beautiful. And maybe keep it simple. People could go canoeing, just keep it simple. And utilize that. We talk about the apartments and parking and this and that, but nobody thinks about the waterway. And I just want to keep McHenry beautiful. I've been here all my life, and I have a great respect and love for the city. And I know all you people have really worked hard, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Nathan Fenton, 4516 Spruce Lane. Mr. Cope. The only comment that I want to make is, one, I love what has been done over the past few years. I think it's interesting that when we moved here about 20 years ago, we moved here simply as a place that we could afford, and then watched the city stagnate for years and years and years because everyone wanted to stay the small community, the small, down home place. And that's not the reality from what I've seen, of cities that survive. Cities that survive are cities that are willing to take risks, grow, and continue to innovate and motivate and bring in younger population to the community. And I think that has started to happen. And from watching the most recent city council meetings and listening to what some of the city council members have to say about things and how they cast their votes, to me those are votes for stagnation, and stagnation will kill a town like ours. It has to continue to grow and innovate. And I'm not saying that this is the answer, that this particular concept is the answer, but something like this has to happen if you want to move forward and not grow old and watch the town rot away. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, sir.
I promised myself I wouldn't come up now, but he got me out of my chair. Because
I'm hearing these conversations, and what has happened over the last few meetings that I've attended relative to this sort of discussion is that we start to form camps. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Cynthia Locke. I am a homeowner on Riverside Drive. And we start to form camps, and we start to throw things out at people like, you're against change if you don't support this development. And I had to get up at this point and say that I agree with the gentleman prior to me that, of course, we can't stagnate. And I don't think that many of the people in this room want us to stagnate. I want development. I want good, intentional development that builds on the successes that you all have made. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. But what I fear, besides the fact that we're going to keep fighting over things like this because we don't take a different view, my concern is that with density that is so great and so over the top, with big plans, it's like trying to, because you want to upgrade to an RV, you're going to ram that into your garage even when it doesn't fit. And what's going to happen is you're going to maybe damage the RV, but you're certainly also going to damage your garage. So I am repeating some of what I've heard tonight. It was a hard time for me not to hug some of these people, much less clap. The people that were saying, look at what we've got here. We've got something going, and people are finally coming out here. When the mayor was speaking of times when we couldn't get people to develop some of our areas, that's not the case right now. So I'm very confident that if for some reason Shodine feels like they can't make it work for them here, I have no doubt we will see a developer who wants to be here and wants to give the city the chance to drive the train. I'm listening, and I keep feeling like it's backwards. I feel like he's trying to tell you and educate you on what you should want. You're saying, we don't want this kind of parking. He's saying, well, no, everybody else likes this kind of parking, and we have these numbers. And he has the right to do that. That's his job, okay? It's our job to look at what our town is, and like many people have suggested, you tell a developer what you want. I'm done, but Riviera's coming, and I'm going to talk again.
Anyone else regarding this development on Green and Elm? Okay. I'm going to go back to City Council. Obviously, you heard from the public. I think it's important now to give more direction on where each individual council member stands. Whether it's the height issue, it's the density. We've had these conversations, whether it's parking, but we need to provide direction to a developer that is looking at the City of McHenry. I think it's the right thing to do, and we've been working with them for a very long time, so the direction, I think, is very important. So David can go back to the powers that be and see whether he continues to move forward on this development, and then we'll talk about the other development. But Alderman McClatchy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll lead it off. I'm a definite no on this, and the main reason is the height on Green Street. I'm not thrilled with raising people's taxes. I think they're getting an awful lot to put this in, and I just don't like the squeezing everything in these small spots. It's come up a few times about traffic, and it's almost a mess now. I can't imagine 1,000 cars getting added to that. So that's it.
Alderman McClatchy, if you don't mind me asking, what's the max of height? Because whether it's Shodine or somebody else, I think it's important for us as council, but also
Sure.
staff and I to know where you stand on height.
Okay, on Green Street, two
Just
stories.
on Green and Elm?
Mm-hmm. Two.
Two?
No, the back can go up.
What's up?
5 stories. We're talking up by 120?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no problem back there.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Alderman Bassi?
This is no surprise, I'm a firm no. I think the ask is too high, the density is too high, the height of the buildings is too high. Did I miss anything else?
What is the height that you, whether it's the density and all that we can discuss later, but what's the height that you would be okay with, the max height?
2 stories on Green Street.
Okay, and then what about 120?
2. I'm comfortable with 2.
On all 3 buildings, just to be
Mhm.
clear.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other council members? Alderman Miller?
So I'm a definite move it to the next level of conversation. I think the concept incorporates what the city council has predicted is going to happen in this location, as has members of the audience said we need additional living space down there. We have to respect the future of the world, and people want to be able to walk, cart, carry, not use a vehicle in their lifestyle. So I think this type of a conceptual development reflects everything that I'm looking at moving forward and being progressive. And for me, when I look at all that we've done in the downtown area, this is a fit with tweaking. So I'm a yes to the concept to get it to the next discussion of really nailing down what we want and how we want it to look in the end.
Thank you. What about height? Are you comfortable with the heights of these buildings that are proposed, at least?
I am comfortable with the height.
Okay. Thank you. Any other council members? McGlynn?
Yeah, I'll just specifically state that, and I've made that comment way back, you won't get my vote with apartments. Not in this area. I mean, we've approved so many apartments in the last couple of years. The percentage is almost doubled compared to what we were 5-6 years ago. I think, again, we need to stay away from development that creates more need for parking until we solve the park that we have right now. This development doesn't help solve the parking. I think it actually impedes the parking problems that we have. And I think, again, we should be looking at a parking garage at one of these locations rather than to see these buildings. As far as heights, 4 is definitely the highest I'd go, and I'll be honest with you, I take a look at the concept over there off of Green Street. Alderman McClatchy says 2. I believe that's just south of the Peapod, and I think that fits in well at 2 levels there. Thank you.
Any other comments by city council members? Alderman Santee?
On the development that we've been discussing, the Green Street development, only on this development, is that I would, understanding that there's a standstill agreement right now that could be dissolved at any time, but we have approximately 8 months left?
Yes.
Okay.
March of 25.
March of 25.
If I'm not
okay.
mistaken.
All right. I'm comfortable with negotiating, but it's definitely got to be within the perspective of what we need as a city in regards to downtown. Knowing the fact that we have a building downtown that is 65 in feet, and I don't think we have to be right on the money, but I would like to see something of that sort. I don't mind building off of Green Street in regards to making that less than building more, where as we closer to 120, understanding that the Shodine being a developer, master developer, that developer A, developer C, whoever comes into town is going to be looking at certain key requirements and certain key aspects that they would need to work with in a TIF district to get a project somewhat of this size going and actually being built. So, there won't be, much. There could be some adjustments. I can see other developers possibly coming in the future if needed. That would give us some other ideas. Today we have, and was negotiated, that we have this 8 months. Can continue to have discussions. And what Alderman Glab brought up about parking is, I think, a parking garage discussion can continue with this council on its own, knowing that the fact that big investment is going to have to come up from our pocketbooks, and we're going to have to be creative in regards to how we do that. But we could move down both avenues at the same time as a council, if we want to continue discussing with Shodine, once again understanding there's another 8 months sitting there on this agreement, and then B, also, whether it's with them or other contractors, looking at discussing parking in regards to just a physical parking garage located somewhere, not necessarily on Green and Elm, but somewhere in the downtown vicinity, which would facilitate more parking and be something to be used by businesses and residents from the community, business and residents in the community of McHenry, and people that come and visit us, so they can use it also when they're coming in for entertainment or dining or what have you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Height of buildings, are you okay? I know you talked the setback and the second story.
We have a Riverwalk building right now that seems to be fairly comfortable with citizens that was developed many years ago, which is 65 feet. So I'm comfortable in that general area, give or take 5 feet. I from just people that I know in regards to buildings, I know it's a maintenance issue, and I think we may have it here sometime, but flat roofs are just, to my knowledge, are just a little bit more of a maintenance concern, after being built that way. So I'd love to see something different style other than just the flat roof.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's that? That's 5 floors.
I think 65 feet would be the 5 floors, roughly, give or take.
Because it's 12.
So 6 feet per floor, right?
Yeah, okay.
Alderman Davis?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments. I think I'm more on board with Alderman Santee and Alderman Miller, because I think there's an opportunity here to still grow. I've been here since I've been 7th grade. My wife's family grew up here, knows a lot of these people, so I don't think this, as proposed, is the right situation right now, but I do think that there's an opportunity to bring in and modify some of the plans that they have and see if we can get some additional parking. I know that's the main concern. Traffic is obviously a concern, which it's always going to be a concern because of the way that the town is laid out. I mean, unfortunately, we can't get around that. We can't just move, the Fox, right? We can't move any of the water around us. We have to work with what we have. So I would like to see, we have 8 months. I would like to see if there's other proposals that we can have, talk about it a little more, understand what we want. We talk about height. There was a lot of push against, the apartments and buddies and all that, but no one has an issue with it at this point. So, and that's, do we know, is that the 65 feet that we're talking about? Mm-hmm. So we're getting, people come in and they look and they're like, oh my God, 5 stories, and they just oppose it. But when it actually sits in and you look at the different elevations, the garage is subgrade, it doesn't have that same effect visually, so I think we should look at that a little bit more and see what, if there's, what we can do to tweak the project as a whole and see if it'll work with us, on what we're looking for, so.
So density and height?
Density, I think, is a big, just in this area, right?
Yep.
If it was somewhere else,
okay,
it may not be an issue. A little bit on the density, but definitely the parking, we need to tweak a bit.
Thank you. Alderman Cook?
I don't care about the height with depth. What I'm, excuse me, what I'm concerned about is the parking problem. We have a parking problem. I want to see the businesses do good. You're cramming 5 pounds of snot in a 10-pound bag. I'm sorry, reverse that. 10 pounds of snot in a 5-pound bag. And the more congestion you put down there, I think it's just harder to, thank you. It's just harder to get around and all that. I mean, I like the downtown. Great improvements. But I think we're just adding to a problem that there's no solution. I want to see the city grow. I just don't. We have a parking problem. I like to see that adjusted first or fixed and not have to use our tax dollars. I mean, for the parking, yeah. But I just look at a scale that here's the city of McHenry on the bottom, here's Shodine on the top. Everything's given to this developer. I get it. Everybody's there to make money. But we're cramming, like I said, we're cramming 10 pounds of snot in a 5-pound bag. I would like that problem addressed first before we continue.
Okay. Height of buildings in downtown, obviously you said there's no issues with the height. Density, is density an issue for you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other council members? Alderwoman Bassey?
Mike, are you a yes or a no?
Isn't that the
We're not voting.
Well, I thought we were straw polling it.
Nope.
Okay.
We need to provide direction.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other council members have any other comments regarding Green and Elm? Alderman Santee?
There's two sides, there's two sides of the street here because Dave's taking this all in from Shodine and understanding, want to make sure you understand that there is a standstill agreement that we have an exclusivity to work with Shodine. It could be dissolved from either party at virtually any time, correct?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I think it's determinable, but I don't know if I agree or
It's fairly simple termination, I believe, by either party. If you recall, Dave, if I may ask you. Yeah.
It's relatively easy to dissolve it if it wanted to be dissolved.
Sure. And so that being said, that it's just so everybody understands that could easily be dissolved possibly within days if that were to occur, because council may say to say, hey, let's move on to someone else, or Dave might be very uncomfortable with what he's heard over the last few weeks and just send a message to us to dissolve the agreement within days. That can happen. So it's out there. I mean, we do have 8 months, but that could happen within the next few days. Thank you.
All right, David, with that input or direction, do you have as much as you can get right now from them?
That is helpful, yes.
Okay.
Thank
All right. So let's move on to the Riviera site. I'm going to go ahead and get to the screen.
So the Riviera site is, we have broken that into really 2 different segments, basically west of the lifts, the west of the lift station and east of the lift station. To start with, on the west portion of the lift station, there are 3 buildings. The first 2 buildings, or the furthest west building, I'll refer to that as a bar building, since it's shaped like a bar, but not necessarily associated with a bar. That is a 3 floors of residential over 1 floor of parking. Then to the north side of the site plan, there again is a bar building. That building is a 3 levels of residential over 1 floor of parking. Then in the center of the site plan, we have a donut-shaped building, and that is 4 floors of residential over 1 floor of garage parking. That one has a courtyard with a green roof on top of the parking, so the parking extends all the way underneath that green roofed courtyard. Within the courtyard, there is private amenity space for the residents of that building, including a swimming pool, bocce ball courts, shelters, barbecue area, fire pits, etc. There are 2 roads identified in an east-west direction. Waukegan is, in essence, coming in from the west on the left-hand side of the plan. There is a proposed new street, which would be the major street for the majority of the traffic, which would be Riviera Lane. It starts off on the west end at a boulevarded section welcoming you into the neighborhood and traverses easterly across the where the lift station is located, which would involve filling a portion of the current lagoon that is there with some of the boat slips. Those boat slips would be removed that are along that I'm going to call it the north, generally that north leg or the hockey stick blade portion of the lagoon. The lift station will remain in place, and Waukegan Road coming in from the east will generally remain. If I can if you could flip to the next slide, I'll start with the north of the lift station. There is a building located a bar building located along Waukegan Road. That is a 3 levels of residential over 1 level of parking. Immediately east of that, somewhat of a, I'll call it a question mark shaped building, is proposed as a hotel with a courtyard out towards the Boone Lagoon, and that hotel contains approximately 130 hotel rooms. That is 5 levels of hotel over 1 level of parking garage. Immediately south of that is a 4-level building over 2 levels of parking. That courtyard that you see there is with the swimming pool in between the hotel and this residential building is actually a green roofed parking garage. So there is an entire 1 level of parking underneath that the hotel and that green courtyard, and that same level extends all the way to southerly to the south leg of the Riviera Harbor. To give you a better idea and understanding of that parking, if you could go to the next slide. This again is the westerly portion of the site. You can see the 1 parking level off to the left-hand side, the 1 parking level north, and then 1 parking level underneath the entire what I refer to as the donut-shaped building. So that's all 1 level of parking on that west of the lift station. Go to the next slide. You can see there that we have the 1 level of parking in the upper left-hand corner. Across generally from the lift station to the right, the hotel and the 2nd level of parking for the southerly building is all sitting on this 1 large parking podium that's generally filling the majority of the site. And then at the south end of this building, there's a second level of parking, and that's shown at the bottom of this drawing. That is only a single bay parking lane that matches the footprint of the residential building that sits above it. Going to the next slide, the residential unit count and parking numbers. Again, if we were to refer to the west half of the site, there is a total of 284 units in the three buildings on the west half of that site, and again, on the east side of the site, we have a total of 342 residential units on the east half, for a total of 626 residential units on the entire within the entire development. The parking numbers on the west half, we're at 363 parking spaces, and on the east half, we're at 476 spaces, for a grand total of 839 parking spaces being provided. Based on the actual count without a discount factor of shared parking or vacancy, there's 868 parking spaces would be required after applying a shared ratio and vacancy factor. We believe that we would need to meet 738 spaces. So we are, in essence, overparked on this on the project by roughly 100 spaces if the parking ratio is acceptable. The financials is on the next slide. The total development is $190 million for the construction cost. The TIF request is $35 million. Again, this site generates all of the TIF increment. There's no other properties involved in contributing to the TIF, and which then has a net equity required of $155 million as shown. So that's the real quick presentation. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple of quick comments, and then other council members can, by all means, express their thoughts. I guess, Dave, there's two hurdles that are not even discussed tonight that will have to be, whatever you do, whatever you build there, would have to be completed. Yes or no, some property acquisition, and then also we got to test that soil, correct, on those two?
That's correct. Some of the soil testing has already been started, and we know that the wastewater treatment plant does have some environmental concerns, and that environmental work is ongoing by the city. So regardless of whether it is a Shodine development or some other developer, there are environmental concerns on the property.
Okay, and then just the big what if question, and I know you definitely can't answer this tonight or I don't know, give me your thoughts, but if you could you look at this whole project, this whole piece of land, and if I say to you, we need to do a total townhome project, I'm sticking you in a corner. Is that conceivable? Is that something you could look at and come back to us on? If I know there's a lot of drawings already that you put into this, but
sure, we could take a look at this site for a townhome development. I think based on the dollar amount for the land acquisition and what the density would be for townhomes and the TIF increment that it would generate, my gut tells me that most likely it would not pencil, but perhaps it may pencil out, but it's something we could take a quick look at.
And I guess, and I'm, like I said, I'm just one council member, but that's what I would be looking for. And then, I guess, just to, one little item in there, the hotel, is the hotel something that would, on your end, would help your development, or would that hurt it with the way I requested it just now? You know, was a hotel better for you or worse for you? I mean, does that help you or does that hurt you?
Are you suggesting a hotel with townhomes?
Yeah, I'm looking at the project where, you know, if you were able to eliminate everything except that hotel, is that doable, or is that just, that's off the board?
I don't believe that a hotel with a townhome development would be a viable use financially or for users at this location.
And I guess so. Then so there's don't even ask the question about smaller number of units in a hotel, because it's just not doable in regards to the concept I just suggested to you.
When you say that smaller,
a smaller amount of smaller amount of hotel rooms, not 130, 100, 90.
Yeah, would not
doable.
We would not be interested in that.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
This developer would not be.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Dave, I see that there's really only one way to get into this area, and it looks like it's Waukegan. Can you confirm that?
Yes. So we saw that early on in the project when there was prior developments proposed, and we agreed that or believed that there needed to be a secondary access besides Waukegan, and coming in front of the townhomes. And so that's why we proposed, in working with city staff, that to master plan the area, that if we could acquire the Cary Electric property, that would then provide another access or means of access with a roadway into the property. Further than that, there was potentially, are there other lands that could be discussed where potential access could be? There could golf courses to the south. Most likely that golf course would not be really usable to have access. We did have discussions with the golf course, and that did not generate any opportunity to bring another road in from John Street that is on the south.
So I want to make sure I understand this. So an entrance by way of John Street is not an option right now?
We do not have that as, we have no way of doing that.
Okay, and Cary Electric is actually on Waukegan. So that still makes it just one major road in and out of the development. Is that correct?
Waukegan from, yes.
Waukegan.
West
Okay.
of the townhomes, yes.
Okay. And then in April, you were in front of us and you told, April 1st, and you had told us that there was a hotel study that was not favorable, but you were going to move forward anyways. If the study came out that it was not favorable, I'm interested why you would still want to pursue an idea of having a hotel in an area when your own study said it wasn't favorable.
So we believe that a hotel could be favorable. It provides services to the residents of the building, any building adjacent to the hotel. You may be familiar with the products such as a Ritz-Carlton hotel. There are often, in some areas, there's the Ritz-Carlton residences. So the residents are associated with the hotel. They're not literally living in a hotel room, but they're able to use the services of a hotel when they live adjacent to it or abutting it. That's
So
where,
any of these apartments would be able to use the amenities, is that what you're telling me?
so, not necessarily all of the buildings, but one of the strategies is that could one of those buildings be associated with the hotel and one or more of the buildings be using the services of the hotel?
Okay, and what are your rates for your hotel?
We will, depending on the size of the room, the view of the room, and the day of the week, the hotel rates would probably run in the range of $190 to $385 a night.
And is $385 comparable to any other hotel that you've spoken to in McHenry?
No.
Do you know what McHenry, like the Hampton Inn, do you know what their rate is?
Our hotel study took our product that we proposed and was unable to find a comparable product in McHenry County that was similar to the product that we were proposing.
Do you think that might be a little high and you won't have a
Well, there's two
high
strategies
occupancy
there,
rate?
Alderman. The first one is there's no competitive market set or no competitive product. Perhaps there's a gap in the area, and is it a product that is there a product demand for that product? And you could potentially be bringing in a product that fills that gap. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is if you want, in essence, using a gas station, do you want to build a gas station across the street from another gas station and sell gasoline? Some people want to compete in that way. We see it as that there is there's a gap in the market, and we believe that potentially McHenry could produce or have consumers that would want to use a hotel product such as that.
Okay. One more question. The $385 per night, depending on the view and the room, which one of your properties are roughly charging this rate? And specifically the town that they are in?
We have a hotel in Geneva.
And Geneva is the one town where you're charging $385?
Yes, we can get that room rate, yes.
Okay, and you're aware of the fact that Geneva and McHenry are nowhere near alike?
Nowhere near alike?
Alike.
I see some similarities, so when you say nowhere near alike, I see some similarities.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Alderman Glenn?
Yeah, you say the height of the hotel is going to be 5 stories?
It was 5 on top of 1.
6 stories?
6 stories, correct.
6 stories. So, this council took and voted down an apartment complex over there because of the fact of the height. Why would you come back with something that high again?
So the council had a discussion at 1111 North Green at Green and Waukegan. I did not understand, or the council was saying, we do not want a 6-story building in McHenry at all. So perhaps that's what you're suggesting tonight, is that the council may not want a 6-story building at all in McHenry. And if that's the case, I'd like to know that.
Well, in most cases, I probably wouldn't want to see a 6-story building.
Thank you for sharing.
Whether the rest of the council does or not, I don't know. But I also know that area there impacts a lot of what's going on. I noticed you showed apartments where we have Dees Marine, and that's a facility I don't want to see go away. I mean, you got a lot of people that depend on that place to store their boats and everything else, and you want to tear it down to put more apartments in, and then you want to have the hotel that will impact the area as far as the sight lines and everything else.
Your understanding of the project layout is correct. The hotel is shown on Dees Marine. Yes.
Right, but from what I understand, Dees Marine doesn't want to sell. Are you going to keep up in the ante until they finally decide that you're paying enough? I don't know. I just hate to see the city give any leverage on this for a project I couldn't get behind. I know that with what I can remember as far as when the proposal for the apartments came up, that the height was a big issue, and again, you're coming back up with 6 stories. It's, to me, ludicrous. It's just way too high. And I don't even know if I want to see an apartment complex over there, or I'm sorry, a hotel. Because if the hotel isn't successful, what happens? You turn it into apartments. Kind of, to some extent. And I think in the zoning, it'd probably be the same. They'd probably have no difference which one they could do. So that's a concern of mine. The density over here is definitely way out of sight. I mean, just totally. Half, maybe, but where are all these people going to go? I mean, between you're talking. I know the paper said 1,000, and it isn't quite 1,000, but it's close to it. If you add in what you're proposing for the hotel, and I understand you're going to ask for everything and hope to get here, but this is where we want you, or at least this is where I think you need to be, because this doesn't fit in the town. And we talk about townhouses, and nobody seems to want to talk too much about the townhouses. But the townhouses that are there, I believe we helped with TIF money, but I think it was only for the public infrastructure. I don't think we added any TIF money into the development of the buildings themselves. It was to run the fixtures, the plumbing fixtures, or not fixtures, but the plumbing into it. So, again, I don't recall, I see Ross running into it real quick to see, but I don't remember us adding TIF money into the townhouses themselves, just the public infrastructure, the road and the public works. Thank you.
The piers.
I'm sorry?
The piers. The boat piers. They were given the boat piers.
Boat piers, correct. So, it's still not anywhere near $20 million or whatever. So, like I say, it was somewhat self-sufficient. And again, this was the beginning of the TIP program as far as generating revenue. And without this, we'd have probably constantly kept running negative as far as the TIP. It was these townhouses that created a lot of that. And to me, I think townhouses is the way to go in that neighborhood, and I definitely don't want to see any kind, even if they were condos, I don't think I want to see condos over there. I think I want to see either a concept of townhomes, or maybe even a community that could be with an HOA that would maintain everything, just like the senior areas have, with smaller lots and homes that people that don't want to take care of their lawns and outdoor, they just want to come home to a nice looking house. Maybe they have an association that would maintain the outsides, as far as the landscaping on everything. That might, to me, I think would kind of blend in with this neighborhood. But tall buildings right next to the golf course and everything else, they just not appeal to me at all. And I think as not just as an alderman, but as a resident of the city, I wouldn't want to see any of that. So thank you.
Alderman Bassi?
Dave, can you tell me which properties in both of your developments Shodine actually owns? It's many of the land that your developments are on are city-owned properties that could potentially be gifted to you. But what land does Shodine actually own?
Alderman, I didn't understand that.
What land for your Elm and Green development and your wastewater treatment development, of all of those lands, what does Shodine own? Do you own any of the land?
So, do we own any of the land? We do not, today, we do not own any of the land.
Okay, so is it correct to say that the expectation is that the city of McHenry's taxpayers will be giving you this land for free?
As I said in the prior presentation, the proverbial $10 is the need for a legal land transaction to occur, so it would not be free, but the proverbial $10 to acquire that land. Sure.
I'll give you 20.
So just if I may, so there are some of the properties that are anticipated to be transferred to Shodine that the city currently has on contract, including both of the Cary properties, as well as I believe Green Street Cafe. So, in concept, Shodine would own those properties.
Thank you. If I could just say one thing too, you know, we talk about how common that is for municipalities to convey land to developers. River Place, we bought for $1 million, and we gave it to John Curtis for 10. So it happens. Like, that's how you get development. Now, I'm not saying that's the right to do it, and this council has, you know, a job to do and to protect taxpayers, but we've done it in the past. We bought the hospital for $1 million and gave it away for 10.
But Ross, when you came to the council with the Green Street Cafe, we were, and I don't think I'm speaking for myself, we were never under the impression that there was the possibility that it was going to be given away for $10. That was...
It's not going to. That's an assignable contract.
Assignable contract, so
That's
they're
where...
purchasing that property.
Correct.
Perfect.
The same with the Cary property and the same with the Walrose property. The city will never own those.
Correct.
Okay. And they will pay what we pay?
It's their contract. What you agreed to, we assign it to the developer, and the developer writes the check.
Okay.
And just for clarity's sake, too, the deposits that the city put down, Shodine has already reimbursed the city for those costs.
Alderman Santi, go ahead.
No, you know what, I will defer to, I think, someone who's definitely more knowledgeable in what I want to say to Alderwoman Miller, if I may.
Go ahead. Floor is yours.
So I just want to revisit some thoughts here on this piece of parcel. We've owned this parcel forever, the wastewater treatment plant. We've had numerous conversations about what can and should go down there. I think without thinking of this concept, we've had this out for RFP. We've declined a mixed-use building down there because we were all concerned about commercial development and traffic. So by process of elimination, if we say we don't want commercial development down there, you only have three other choices. It can be industrial, it can be residential, or we can maintain it as a vacant lot till the end of time. It's a beautiful piece of property. It should not be industrial. If we've already eliminated the commercial aspect or a mixed-use building, your only other choice that's viable is residential. So before us, we have a residential development that not only includes the wastewater treatment plant, but three other parcels.
Alderman Miller, if you don't mind. Chief, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're about to set off the tornado sirens. So I would just ask everybody that's in the last couple rows, kind of move up against away from the windows, it's just a precaution. There's shelter-in-place sirens. We're already in place. We're inside. So there's no danger right now. If something changes, we will direct you to the hallway. But right now, the meeting can continue. Just if you guys can move up the last couple rows. This is for severe weather, so there is no confirmed tornado, just so everybody knows.
Alderman Miller? Whenever you're ready, you can get started. Sorry.
Shelter in place at City Hall, I like the idea.
Although everybody got up and left, so they didn't hear the
Yeah.
Oh, they actually left?
So I was saying that if we remember our conversations and we don't want commercial and we don't want industrial and we want to do something to see growth of McHenry continue, we are looking at a residential development. And whether it's this residential development or any, we need to be open to the concepts that are brought forth. We have 12 acres down there if we aggregate all this land. That's a big chunk of land in downtown McHenry. I, for one, would love to see a boutique hotel. I'm in the business of moving people here, and I'm embarrassed to put them or house them in what we currently offer. So maybe that's just me, but I would love to see a boutique hotel where we can have events, where we can have an upscale experience, and what better location than to be able to look up and down the river. I like the shared amenity concept. I am concerned about traffic going up and down Waukegan, so the creation of Riviera Road, Riviera Lane is good news to me, that we're diverting traffic and we're not sending everybody down Waukegan Street. I think there could be a little bit more development, which, again, I'm looking at the cul-de-sac and how do you get to the other parking ramps and how do you get to the other buildings. But at the end of the day, we've already offered this as an RFP for numerous years, and the interest level hasn't been there. The only developer that's come forth was a mixed-use development, and we hated it. We rejected that very quickly without a whole lot of discussion. So we either need to figure out what we want to be when we grow up, or we need to keep a vacant lot. I'm all about launching drones off the vacant lot, but I don't think that's the highest and best use for the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman McClatchy, go on.
Thank you, Mayor. I really want to make this something special out here on the water, but I do like the fact that we look at townhomes for that. As far as the other piece of property that's not on the screen that's before this, I was under the understanding that we bought up Cary Electric for the road. When I got this Thursday, I was like taken back that all these buildings, the Stoneit, the bar, all that stuff was in there. So that's way too much for me. But as far as the point or the knob or whatever you want to call it, I think townhomes would be perfect for out there.
Thank you. Alderman Davis?
I like the concept. I've been to the other boutique hotel. I think there is a gap in the area. I know we do have a hotel issue. I mean, the ones we have are not the greatest, and this weekend friends were in town. They were trying to stay, and everything was booked up, mostly because of Fiesta Days, but this allows that opportunity for people to come in. Obviously, with the additional boat slips and stuff, they could come in on their boats if they want to boat in. Being next to the golf course, and if a wedding is at the golf course, I know my brother and sister-in-law both they got married there. So there isn't that. I think there is a gap for that. That would allow, we could work with that to bring that type of stuff in. I do have a concern with the traffic because it's already bad. Especially with the high school. I don't think this particular plan, I think it's a little too much, but I think it's workable, and I think that, we could work to make things the way we want it. You have the pond here, again, I think all this is negotiable and stuff, because that would only be a safety because of the students, so close in the vicinity would be, kind of, a concern. But besides the density and traffic and stuff, I like the idea. I think right on the water, you want that to be something that, I mean, you have so much traffic from the boating community that you want that to look nice, right? You want people to come to the town, and right now, it's not. I mean, those marinas that we have there, most of them just are eyesores. So whether that really plays into anything or not, I think this is a good property to really try to beautify that area. Do I think this is the right plan? Not necessarily, but I don't think it's, I mean, I think we could tweak this and make it work, you know, for what we need. You know, again, if there's, you know, adding some additional parking, I think that's a benefit to that side of the Riverwalk. They could park over there and get to the Riverwalk and on those types of events. So I don't, you know, I'm on the fence with it, and I think it's good. I think there's needs some tweaking to happen, but you know, again, whether it's Shodine or someone else, I think you know, we should give them the opportunity to see what they can come back with. Now, do I want a 6-story hotel? I don't know if that's right or not, but again, that's, you know, all those things we should talk about, right? So.
Thank you. Alderman Glenn?
Yeah. One of the things that nobody's ever brought up, I mean, we're talking industrial choices. Nobody brings up with public recreation. You know, belongs to the city. Is there a way of maybe even working with with a private company to where we offer parks, recreational opportunities out there? We've got the boat slips, we've got, you know, the whole waterfront. You got to remember, we're not building this to match what's in a book. We're building this for our residents, not for bringing more residents in as much as building it for our residents here and the opportunities of what our existing residents can do. And we sure don't want developments like this that are going to impact the residents that have been here for years. And I think that's some of the things that we forget sometimes when we see some of the developments that are proposed. I always look at, for every action, there's a reaction, and I always look at the reaction. How does it affect other people? You know, every time we look at projects, it affects people and say, oh, well, it's only this percentage of the people, and it's only that percentage of the people, depending on the project. Well, it all basically winds up to where if we take that type of attitude that we don't care about the residents that are close by, then nobody in the city's safe. For everything we want to do, there's always going to be an impact, and we need to measure just how big of an impact that is. You got $400,000 plus townhomes that you're talking about putting apartments across the street. That's idiotic. It is. It's just totally idiotic to put apartments next to that type of development. You know, years ago when we used to talk about regular subdivisions and bringing them in and everything else, it was called feathering, you know, so that you're not impacting the neighbors right next to that property line. You know, we did a lot of that out in on the west end of town. We had the Boone Creek going and everything else, and then when the Alderman Bassey, what's the next subdivision out there past Boone Creek?
Legend Lakes?
I'm sorry, yes, Legend Lakes. Lost my mind there for a minute. When we discussed Legend Lakes, we went from, I believe it was quarter acre, and then we went to larger acre as we got further west to the areas that had half acre and 3/4 acre lots. And I think that's maybe what your concept should be showing more of, feathering and not just putting things up next to everybody else. You know, you draw your plan and it looks great, but then how does it affect everybody else? And I think that's something we need a lot deeper look into. Thank you.
Alderman Miller?
Are you still here? You are. So I just want to again remind people that people want to live here, and as fast as creating new housing, it's filling. we were all concerned when we approved Authentics that they were never going to sell out, they were never going to rent out, nobody's going to pay that price, blah, blah, blah. The moment they got their occupancy permit, Ross, they were full. 2 years ago, the Kunats came to us and said, we'd like to build 500 plus units out in the middle of nowhere on Route 31, right in front of Industrial Park. And we bat around left and right. And we said, oh gosh, here we go. Nobody's going to live there. We're going to build 500 units out there. It's going to be awful. Nobody's going to want to be there. As fast as they're getting occupancy permits, they're filling those units. Is that correct, Mr. Kunat?
That is correct.
Yep.
100%.
And you have a waiting list for the ones that aren't done yet?
That is correct.
So people want to live here. They want to rent here. They want to be part of our community. And as fast as we're creating housing, it's being occupied. To the gentleman in the green shirt's point, if we stop developing, we start to die. If we stay in status quo, that's the beginning of the decline. We have great momentum going. We need to continue that momentum. I believe this is 900 units if I had 900 plus units. I believe there's 900 people that would want to live here. We've just filled 200 at Authentics. We've just filled 500, or will fill 500 for Mr. Kunat. 900 more people? That's easy. I think we need housing. I think we need rental housing. I think whether it's this concept or a similar concept, it fills a need that we have missed forever. We've discussed the whole condo townhouse thing. Sure, we'd love to see it, but financially that plan doesn't work. I heard from our Waukegan townhouse people. They wanted to reduce the traffic. They wanted to divert the traffic. They didn't want to look at something that was going to decline their value. Ladies and gentlemen, they bought townhouses when it was a wastewater treatment plant. And if you don't think that was an issue, my boat lived out there. I wouldn't go when the wind was turning from the east. This is an improvement to that site, this concept or any other concept. We need additional housing. We need to make it beautiful. We need to provide opportunities to our community. And I think conceptually we're on the right path. Sure, it needs to be negotiated. It needs to be tweaked. But it's an opportunity to continue the growth in the right direction.
Alderman Davis.
Yeah, I just want to... She stole my thunder, but Alderman Miller. But no, I agree that we do need to support all our current residents, but we also have to look in the future and say what's going to help our city. We want people to come in. I think there's an opportunity for the younger generation to come in. They can, they don't like to drive all over. They like to live, be able to walk to wherever they want to do their stuff. They can go out. I think, again, this may not be the right, perfect concept, but I think the idea is there. So I think we should at least talk about it and entertain it. If we say down the road that no, it's not going to work, then we do that. But to shut it down, you're just closing a door, and you may not have another opportunity. And I'll be honest, growing up here, the city sat stagnant, and everything started closing, and you can walk down any street or drive down any street in McHenry and see plenty of businesses that are just rotted away and dead, and we're making the right choices and moving forward. Again, we don't have to do everything at once, but let's keep that in mind so that we're not just sitting stagnant and then 20 years from now it's the same exact as it is today. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Alderman Santee?
I'll just go back to, I comprehend what you're saying, Alderwoman Miller. and I'll try to get as brief as possible with this, but it's a unique piece of land that sits by Boone Creek with townhomes, and then on the other side is another creek and a country club. So I just go back to what I said before, is that it sounds like I'm way in the minority here, but I just want to see a total townhome drawn up on this land, if it's at all possible, and even if Dave from Shodine thinks, you know, he can go back and talk to his people and see if that's a possibility. And that's what I see there. And I'm going to express that and give a quick example of something I said years ago when I had to sit on a special zoning, or not a zoning board, when
Tear down committee?
that tear down committee with Alderman Strack. Remember it was for the
house?
the Grubich home. We sat here and we had to approve a special home that the Grubiches wanted to build. They were on the other side of the golf course. And I took a look at that land and I thought about it, and that land sits between a golf course and a river. And it is a unique parcel where, and it's happening, you're seeing homes get torn down and rebuilt, or just getting rebuilt on small homes, getting rebuilt into larger homes. And it's a long, tedious process, but I think a lot of those, which were summer homes when they were first built 70, 80 years ago, I'm not sure, you know, with the country club, but they were summer homes. And I see that same effect in that piece of land that should stay in the general look and feel of a townhome environment, because they have those on one side and you're sitting on a golf course on the other side. It's a small piece of land. I get it. This, you know, Dave comes in with a heck of a concept about getting in and getting out of there. But that's all I mean, that is homes, it's residential, but it's not what we're looking at tonight on these drawings. Thank you.
All right, open up for public comment. Let me go in. Tony Esposito, please hit the middle button. You know the drill.
Good evening, everybody. Not only do I want to make a few points, I'm going to try to be entertaining, and we'll see how I do with that. I've had a chance to speak to every alderman and alderwoman, and I appreciate your time listening to my concern, which basically represents the residents at Riverwalk. I am the president of the Riverwalk Townhome Association, and we are extremely concerned. We are not against development, but what I see here tonight would be so destructive to our community, and it hurts me to hear some of the older people support this. So I'm going to go into my points, and I'll explain why. What you have on the screen here is exactly what I wanted to look at. And what really, some of the things that concern me about this picture is that when you look in the upper right-hand corner, you see D Residential building 36 units. That's D's Marine. That's a building that's been there since before the Second World War. It's a business that's been there for 84 years. And when I talked to Heather and Steve, well, it was 4 hours ago, they have no intention of selling their property. And it makes no sense to me to force out a marina, a working marina that takes care of boats, fuels boats, and can take care of slips, and you want to put them out of business. I don't understand that at all. It's a boating community. We have boat slips. So to see that on this plan, it really bothers me, and it bothers the residents where we live. You know, what also really concerned me is that when I look at this and I see the word existing townhomes, we are not called existing townhomes. We are the Riverwalk Place Townhomes, and we have been there for 20 years. And we contribute $250,000 of taxes, that's right, $250,000 from 20 units, okay? And millions of dollars over how many years in services and goods. So I'd like to see us recognized for the community that we are. And like the Alderwoman Miller said, yes, we did buy when it was a wastewater treatment plant. And I really don't want to feel condemned for that. I want to feel supported for that because we expected the city to develop. And it has. Across the street, it's been great. But now you want to put, what did Alderman Cook say? 10 pounds of snot in a 2-pound bag or something? That property cannot handle the development that this gentleman is proposing. Okay? And then I'm going to tell you about my Cousin Vinny moment. Everybody see Cousin Vinny? When he's looking at the picture and he's trying to figure out what's wrong with this picture and he can't figure it out and his girlfriend bails him out. Well, I'm looking at this picture up here and I'm thinking to myself, why, we were 20 units. Why are they leaving out 6 units? They're leaving out my neighbors Barb and Brian. They're on the water. No, not you guys yet. Barb and Brian are on the water. And then Hans and Barb, she left, right? She couldn't stay. Okay, they're on the water. They're not here. We have another building with 4 other units. But this building runs perpendicular to Waukegan. It's not here. Okay? My neighbors are Sue and Dennis Finn. Dennis, you're here. Jenny Verkey, you're here. The Weber family, they live in Iowa. They come up for the weekends. They're not here. And Barb and Jim, these sweet people, they're on the N unit, okay? And there's a sidewalk and a tiny little grass area that separates them from Waukegan because their building goes perpendicular. And I see this magical, mystical street, right, that's supposed to solve anything called Riviera Drive. Well, Riviera Drive jumps into Waukegan. It doesn't solve anything. It's going to cause, according to this, 500 apartments, 130-room hotel, retail space, marina parking, public parking, and our townhomes. I'm thinking 1,100 cars a day, minimum, in front of my neighbor's house. Come on, and nobody's thought of that? Nobody's seen that? Well, why not? What? Because you didn't draw any other building. I mean, please. Let's please have some consideration for us. This doesn't seem right. I've heard a minority for townhomes. That's a majority. And I'd love to have a plan where we as homeowners could come and support it instead of always fighting it. We'd love to see townhomes there. In fact, we're so well funded, okay, and I don't have approval from our members, but we could actually contribute to a clubhouse or a pool and make it a phase 2. That's how well we're funded because we don't have we're operating on our own. We don't have a company that we have to pay.
Tony, we have to...
All right, so the last thing I want to say is extremely important. Somebody mentioned the contamination of the soil. Nobody's mentioned how it's going to be paid for to clean it up. Who's going to pay for that? You can't build anything if the soil's contaminated. But I'll tell you what, if that soil gets cleaned up, I will work for free, and I'll get you 6 developers that'll come in and build townhomes there. I'll do it for free. Thank you.
John Smith.
Hurry up. All right. You're not like me again. No, I'm going to repeat a lot what Tony said, but I do want to make the point. So the Riverwalk Foundation, of which I'm president, and some people have mentioned, growth and things like that. I mean, there's nobody more pro-growth for McHenry than I am, number one. Number two, the Riverwalk was founded based upon economic development. Period. That's what it was founded upon. And it's exceeded dramatically. So let me go right to Area 2. We have in our possession one of the most desirable pieces of real estate anywhere. My company developed, I don't know if you're aware of it, in Huntley, we did Del Webb, 7,000 units, and developed a whole city there. And we actually brought them out here in the early 2000s, and we flew over this with a helicopter, took pictures, and they said, this is spectacular. It's a spectacular piece. We have to do something special with it, and it can't be this. It can't be apartments. That's my opinion. The thing that we have going on is we already have the Riverwalk. We have the Riverwalk Point Park. We have the shops. We have the golf course, McHenry Country Club, right next to us. we forget the fact that, if you go to the picture before that, there you go, that big square building has a 20-foot offset to the property line of the golf course. That's right where I hit my golf ball all the time. And it's gonna be hitting the bottom of that building. The point is, we would be on the golf course looking at a 6-story building right there with the bottom 2. I think that's a 4 plus 2. I could be wrong. Doesn't matter, 4 plus 1. A precast concrete wall on the bottom, it's parking garage. There's nothing attractive about it. So, once again, the only thing that really works there are the townhouses. We have the perfect working example of what could work there, what Tony was just talking about. Tony didn't call me a neighbor. I don't know if I did something to him or not, but so our townhouses are now worth somewhere, and I don't want to sound like pretentious or like we're owed anything. I'm just simply making a statement. $600,000 to $700,000. People come by every day. If one of our houses even gets rumored to be up for sale, it's gone overnight. I mean, there's no real estate signs. There's nothing. This is a product that is highly desirable. The question I have is, why couldn't we, instead of with the TIF money, why we could almost, as a city, we go so far in helping these developers. We go with these developers. We could almost put in a road design and put in a road network and actually create little pods where local developers could put up 6 to 10 townhomes themselves. That's how you finance something like that. It's real easy. Local developers would love to do something like that. I got to get through this real fast. There's a big one, a really big one. I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff, and I don't like that, but here it is. I'm sorry, you guys.
You really thought you were going to get through all that in 3 minutes?
Well,
you have like 6 pages.
I'm just getting passionate about it. Okay, traffic counts. Okay, so that intersection at Waukegan Road, what's the name of the road that goes through? Riviera. You can easily circle around and come back out on Waukegan. That's not an individual road just for access. You can go around the circle, and actually, if you want to get back to the hotel or that back property, you would take Waukegan Road back. It's a much cleaner shot. And what I want to say about that is you have 626 units proposed right now. That's 3,380 trips per day, according to, once again, the Institute of Traffic Engineers. It's 5.5 movements a day. That's right in front of Bobby's here. Bobby Bainey was here. Right in front of her house, you would have over 3,000 traffic, ADT, average daily traffic, a day. So this is our crown jewel. Thank you for letting me run overtime. And thank you guys for all your work. I know how difficult this is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to work together, and please don't take my comments as critical of you guys. And just expressing my opinion, and hopefully we can all work together to get this done. But townhomes right there, you can fit 90 townhomes on there, by the way. I've done plans. Those 90 townhomes times 600,000 is $54 million of townhomes. If you went 3 or 4 stories with elevators, you could even get maybe 100, 120 townhomes in there without overdoing it. It'd be incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, John. John Kunat? You have 32 seconds left.
Yeah, I have 6 seconds left. I do want to say that Riverwalk has turned out great, and your contributions, the city council and the mayor at the other end over the other side of the bridge, is marvelous. As you all know, my family did $1 million towards the Riverwalk in 2000. We are impassioned with the Riverwalk. The one thing I will say is the current development, it's underparked by about 500 parking stalls under its current route. A hotel with 130 spots, I don't know how big the banquet hall is, but if you get 150 people there at the banquet hall, you don't have enough parking again. Parking is a big issue everywhere. And that's just I don't know where Shodine comes up with their numbers, but they're la-la. We just paid $4.5 million for the property that we put 540 units on. I can't imagine someone giving me property and expecting me to build on it. What a trauma that would be. If we were to come in on something like this, we would think to have to buy the property and not come to the city begging for money. That's just my view. It sounds like we're buying a developer, which we shouldn't be. The one thing I have not heard anybody say, well, first off, Andy, I never thought I'd agree with you on anything. But you did mention a park. I can't fault but seeing the back half of park and townhomes along the water. It would look very nice and could be the land by the city owns. The developer builds his houses. Anybody could. And then you've got a beautiful park to add to the Riverwalk. I don't know who looked at the fire. There's no fire protection around these buildings. I had the opportunity to sit next to the fire guys here, and the whole end of that building can't be protected. The backside can't be protected. Nothing along the river can be protected. On the other development in McHenry, all those corners along Boone Creek can't be protected 6 stories high. We don't have helicopters with bags under them. So these developments that have been brought for you are all out of place. And I actually have 40 seconds left. John, you got anything else to say? You want to pep it up? No? So anyway, I think the concept of something on that point, it is a jewel. That point is gorgeous. Go around D. Marine and put townhomes down the line. If D. Marine ever wants to voluntarily sell, it could be nice too, but their business is their business, and townhomes down to the point across from a country club would look a lot nicer than a 3-story apartment building. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any others that would like to make a public, sir?
Is this on?
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Hello all, my name is Jesse Reitz. I live at 3411 Waukegan Road. If you go back to the previous picture, we are right next to this development. I have not heard our house or my neighbor Bobby's house mentioned one time. Seems like there's a lot of discussion about the townhomes, how they are setting the standard for the architecture and the vibe. My house is the oldest house on that road. Where are we? Our house was built in 1883. Nobody has reached out to us about this development. Nobody has asked for our input. I would also hazard to guess that me and my wife are the youngest people on that street. We're the young people that you all are talking about bringing in. We are talking about starting a family on that road. You heard from the Riverside residents, or the Riverwalk residents, the townhomes. They're great neighbors. They're not going to have kids anytime soon. Let's be real. That said, I'm thrilled to hear about the development. I'm thrilled to hear about apartments. I'm thrilled to hear about growing our community, making a neighborhood for my kids to grow, to play, to learn, to explore. That said, when I look at these plans, when I hear him talk about this boulevard entrance, I see a fortress. This is segregated. This is separate from our community. Where's the integration? Where's the bringing the community together? Alderman Glab, again, I never thought I'd agree with you, but where's the park? Where's the Riverwalk that we all love so much? That riverfront should not be apartments, it should not be townhomes. That should be public space. That should be third place for all of our residents to gather. If you've been at Miller Point on a Saturday or Sunday, you know just how many people utilize that, how many people get together, how many people stop and talk and just hang out. It's really wonderful to see. So again, I'm thrilled to see some development here. I'm thrilled to see apartments. I would love to see some mixed use. I would love to see some mixed residences. Why are we all for all apartments? All for all townhouses? Why can't we have a mix? Why can't we have some row houses? Emulate some colorful, beautiful, upper-class housing right next to the people that are the working class. Bring our community together. Why are we trying to separate it? That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'd like to see stipulations for the Riverwalk, a public park, and some mixed-use housing. I'm also concerned about the parking and the traffic. Again, I want to raise my family on this road. Cary Electric is already terrible. It's scary. The number of times I almost get hit leaving my driveway. I can't add another $1,000 to that, guys. That's it for me. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
You have a cute little dog.
I don't have to push a button? Okay. Hi, my name's Barb Ross, and I love this town of McHenry. I grew up here. I went to St. Pat's. I graduated from West Campus. I went away to college. I came back to teach in this town. I spent my whole career as a first grade teacher here in this town. I love this town, and I've been here 70 years. And I can tell you that this town has grown. When I was a little kid, it was a little farm town, and it was Donnie Knox's farm, and there were 3,000 people. Behind West Campus, there wasn't even one house. We used to go out in the cornfield, and the kids who smoked went out there. I mean, there was nothing here. And then all the homes went in behind West Campus, and all the homes started coming, and people from the city moved out. I mean, there's been amazing growth. We used to know everybody by name. Everybody was related to everybody. And now we're one big community with growth. So it went from 3,000 to 30,000 plus. So to tell me McHenry's not growing and it's stagnant, that's like mind-blowing to me. But now we have the Riverwalk, and we have Miller Point, and we have all this stuff, Splash Pad. My grandkids had a riot there this weekend. They loved it. Then we have the concerts in the park, and we have all this community. It's like we're just one big happy family. I love it, and I love this town, and thank you all for all that you do. And this is my neighbor, and I wave to him all in the morning. John's my neighbor. All the people back there are my neighbor. You're my neighbors, even though we don't live on the same street. But I live at 3428 Waukegan Road, and Riviera Road is going to be like I'm at ground zero, and he's right. I mean, when they go up into work to Cary Electric, they fly up there 30 miles an hour. And I have to back out in the morning to go to church. I do 7:30 Mass at Holy Apostle. I can hardly get out with the traffic during the school years because there's all the parents dropping their kids off and picking them up and all the buses lined up on Waukegan. I mean, that's a dead-end road. And making a little Riviera Road is still going to make Waukegan a dead-end road. It's just going to have a little corkscrew to turn around and come back. So I just want you to think about those things when you're making your decision. And a park sounds damn good to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Beatrice Walter from Home Avenue in McHenry. I grew up here and preface my time with, this is our city's meeting, and I believe that it can reflect our character. We can and do respectfully support each other, even though we may not always agree. Now, to some of the city council members, as I see it, while what you have been doing these past 4 years with Shodine might be legal, it has not been entirely right for the city residents. I would further add that it is not a requirement for City Council to go on outings with developers. Why has the city purchased so much prime real estate only to give it away into a single developer? Are we desperate for development proposals? To everyone here, I have not seen or heard a credible cost-benefit analysis in parking garage or apartments towards the favor of our city and those who live and visit here. Instead of our money going to a developer, I just wonder how far those millions of tax dollars would go if returned back to people who paid them, returned to us so that we can make improvements on our own buildings and homes and projects and local expenditures and other parts of town first. Shodine proposed developments costs are not right or effective for our community. Where is the money for our unsafe intersections along state highway routes that need traffic lights and safe pedestrian crossings around the city? How much longer must we wait for these highway safety items? I see McHenry residents overall neglected by majority of city council who seem to have been pandering to developers instead of working for the general public interest. Please help remedy this sad vision by discontinuing negotiations with Shodine and other developers like them who think that we are so privileged to have them instead of the other way around. Have them develop elsewhere in the city at their own expense or not at all. I thank everyone for their time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hans Herman, 3420 Waukegan Road. I am in the townhomes. When I look at the development and I look at the area that it is a crown jewel piece of property in McHenry. I don't know if you guys ever come down Route 12 through Lake Zurich. There's some new townhomes in Lake Zurich on the west side of the street facing the water. They're absolutely gorgeous. And people pay big bucks, and they have to pay extra big bucks if they want a boat slip at those townhomes, and they're going to go around Lake Zurich in a little circle all day. If we had something like that built here, townhomes like the ones there, the access that we have on the river, when we would go out, you can spend 4 hours going north or 2 hours going south. I think it's really valuable, but I don't believe that we can put 600 more cars coming down Waukegan Road, but we have something that's really valuable, and I think we should look at it the town way, and I agree with those council members that think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those townhomes in Lake Zurich are pretty nice. You can see through the townhomes, so you can still see water when you're driving by. Never thought of that. This proposal density, I think what we're hearing, it's simply way too high. The proposal doesn't need to be tweaked, it needs to be scrapped. We previously expressed our concerns with existing traffic on Waukegan Road with the high school and the retirement home community and the townhomes, and that was, 188 units or 182? And now it's like 300, 600, it's like nobody was listening. How about if we spend the TIF money on cleaning up the contamination and build some townhomes or something with a low density? Finish your work of making it the crown jewel of McHenry County. Waukegan Road can handle more townhomes. It can't handle anything like this. I stand firm in my belief that property is owned by the residents and not owned by a corporation, whether it's a hotel, rental apartments, or otherwise. Will certainly be more beneficial for the community with aesthetics, landscaping, and maintenance, especially in the former water reclamation area with all of that waterfront on the Fox River. I'm familiar with hotel and rental apartment complexes. I spend a lot of my time in many of these types of properties. Whether we're talking about off of Green Street or in the former water rec area, the hotel and rental unit building owners tend to provide only the bare minimum in maintenance and upkeep, and even code compliance becomes an issue at most of these locations that I frequent. Looking down the road, rental and hotel properties will most certainly become an issue for our community and a likely thorn in the side of many of our residents. I do appreciate what Shodine does to provide jobs, housing, options, right? And of course there's a place for that. But we're in McHenry, however, and Shodine is only proposing rental properties and now a hotel. And for this reason, I believe our agreement with Shodine and Shodine's exclusivity should be terminated, as allowed per the Stancil agreement. With consideration, of course, given to other developers who understand there's a difference between McHenry and other places like Mount Prospect or Arlington Heights, even Schaumburg. Nothing against Shodine, but why do we have to negotiate with only one developer? I understand an RFP was sent out previously, but I guarantee you today's economic environment in McHenry is different. There would be a huge demand for townhomes in this area because the city of McHenry has, over the past few years, opened up their showroom of what life could look like if you lived in McHenry by developing Miller Point with its splash pad, the recently added shops, completing the Riverwalk, huge, the addition of the Kunat Bridge, thank you, plus the globes, of course, and all the lighting, along with the Riverwalk subdivision. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public?
Good evening. My name's Bobby Bainey, and I am a current resident at 3413 Waukegan and a former alderwoman that sat here on City Council. There's been a lot of great comments made today, and I don't want to repeat everything that was made, but I am also very excited about a development on the end of where the wastewater treatment plant was. I don't think it needs to be all townhomes. I actually wish that this council, some of the members of this council, were educating themselves more on what the true needs in this community are. I commend Alderwoman Miller for all the knowledge that she has shared and her deep actual knowledge about what it takes to have a thriving community and a thriving downtown community. We need apartments. We need housing. Has anybody on this council read the new report that was just published by the county last week? We need apartments. We need more than single-family dwellings and townhomes. And I wish that this council did a little bit more to educate themselves on not only what the community needs, but what the people in the downtown district, short of just the people in the townhomes who are my neighbors, and I care very much about what they want as well. But I can tell you what, and I've talked with Jesse about this, I don't even drive my car anymore. I walk everywhere. It's absolutely amazing what's happening in downtown, and it is a complete change in the way that I think people on the west side of town want to live versus the way that people choose to move downtown the way that we want to live. We want to have access to amenities within the community. We want to be able to walk. That said, I do hope that City Council continues this conversation with Shodine to develop this. I think it's pretty clear it is far too large. I know I don't want 3,000 cars driving past my house. I think it's a huge problem that there is only one access point in and out of this community. I don't know the answer to that. I know there's the country club right there, but it's not a safe plan to only have one entrance and exit, considering the fact that there's going to be more residents in that area, that we have a school right there. And so I hope that these conversations continue, and I would really encourage our city council to actually do their due diligence. I read an editor letter today that was so disturbing to me, filled with misinformation, not facts, unfounded and unwarranted accusations to, I don't know, the staff, our mayor, I'm not sure, but this is unacceptable, and this city council is become an embarrassment to this county. You are not doing your jobs, you're not educating yourselves, and Alderman Glab, maybe I'll be the first person today to not agree with you as normal. It is about bringing people to McHenry. It's not just about doing what everybody that already lives here wants. The reason we voted for Mayor Jett, and the reason so many people have stood up here and said how appreciative they are of what's happened, is because we want to bring more businesses. We want more people to come live here. I think a boutique hotel is amazing in that area. It wouldn't cause a tremendous amount of traffic, and we need it, and it's a beautiful spot for it. I wouldn't agree with 5 stories high, but I hope you continue discussions and that this council educates themselves on what the entire community needs in order to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No? Okay.
Sorry, I apologize.
Cynthia. Oh. Go ahead.
Okay, we've heard a lot tonight, and we've heard really a lot of good feedback. So I hope when you go at this, you can take the idea that we need apartments in some places. We need, and we can tolerate townhomes, particularly on our prime land. Okay. we need to keep the traffic down in a way that we can, so that means density needs to go down. I mean, these are all the things we've heard. I don't think we need to be coming at people and fighting with one another. Let's just stop and think about where do we put apartments when we need them? Where do we put townhomes? And I feel like Riviera screams townhomes, plenty of green space. Because if we just make it all the big every town USA kind of thing, then we are going to stop the flow of people of all ages trickling out to McHenry, because we're just going to be another Anytown USA. So we have to find a way to retain some of McHenry's unique properties, and that is what is bringing people out. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carol Monson. Everybody's talking about, I don't think you guys have the right to decide this, for the simple fact this is going to change McHenry. It's going to change what the downtown looks like, and you have gone out and asked all the residents, do we want more apartments? Millennials don't want apartments here. They want single family to raise their children, and there is not single family being built. I have 4 millennials. They have tons of friends. They want to have a place to raise their family. What was the last affordable single family that was built in this town? We're building big homes. We're building multifamily. We're not building. The future is those starter homes. That's what built McHenry. That's what's going to keep growing it. Crystal Lake's not stagnant. Crystal Lake doesn't have 6-story buildings in their downtown. They have 3 stories, okay? I go there all the time. They know what they're doing. We're not Arlington Heights. I grew up in Arlington Heights. We don't want to be Arlington Heights. But we have to ask the residents in this town, not just a few. This is big. This should be put out to the people to say, what do you want the downtown to look like? Maybe some apartments, maybe some townhouses, but you have to ask the people. You guys, this is above you guys, because this is going to change this town more than anything has ever changed it. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to state that we did a comp plan. I don't know if Ross wants to kind of chime in on that a little bit on getting the public's input on these types of sites. Ross, go ahead.
So we are actually wrapping up our comp plan. The city council is going to get a draft summary of it tonight. We did public outreach at many events throughout the last year. We did have what we thought was a good turnout. The consultant thought it was a good turnout, but it's never enough, right? So we try and reach out as many ways as we can to get the public's input, but it's not until something like this comes up that the public comes out. So they don't typically want to be involved with the planning sessions. Unfortunately, because that's where we'd like to hear from it. But we do have a draft summary of our comp plan that we'll be releasing to the public within the next week or so. The council will get a draft summary of that tonight, and we accept all comments back. So look for that. Look at our Facebook page. We'll try and get that out to you guys. Art in the Park, our consultant will be at Art in the Park with the draft plan, looking for feedback from the residents. So if you want to gather all your friends up and head out to Art in the Park next week, give me some feedback.
This Thursday. All right.
Saturday.
Thank you. Thank you, Ross. Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you for letting me go through this analysis with you.
So just everyone knows, Alderwoman Chris Bassey asked for an opportunity to do a presentation. This has nothing to do with City Council or my information. Honestly, I don't even know what she's going to share. So, just FYI, this is her, not the City Council as a whole.
Just, if I may, yes, I don't believe anybody on staff has been vetted on this information, and I don't believe anyone on the council that has knowledge of this or reviewed this work. But I just want to make sure that everyone knows that, so that it's of the opinion of one elected official. Thank you.
And everything that I get.
everything that I'm giving you is in your package that was on the city website. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I just want to do a summary so that everybody is aware of everything. So what Shodine needs to do both of the developments, the Green and Elm and the wastewater treatment plant, they need the city-owned site of the former savings bank, which the city paid $996,000 for, the city-owned former carpet store, which the city paid $450,000 for, the Houston Funeral Home, which the city paid $364,000 for, the wastewater treatment plant, which is a long time, there's no appraisal, the Cary Building, which is under contract for $2.4 million, the Cary Multi-Dwelling, which is also under contract for $362,500, the Green Street Cafe, which is under contract for $550,000, the Green Pea Pod, which they would like, but it's a private owner, and I don't believe they're interested in it, as with Dee's Marina, which is in there, and they're also not interested. So how much of this, with the exception of the Green Street, which we just talked about, Shodine is going to get the bank for free, the carpets for, we'll say, $10 instead of $0, the savings bank for $10, the carpet for $10, the Houston Funeral Home for $10, wastewater treatment, we don't have a value on that, so $0 to $10, the Cary Building for $10.
No, the Cary Building is purchased. It's an assigned contract, so therefore, Shodine would be purchasing this property. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that.
The article in the paper was also wrong that you wrote today, so.
Okay. So, what is Shodine actually asking for? They want $2 million of a gift. They want a $55 million TIF. They want approximately $5 million of land or city-owned property. But what they're going to be getting out of this is anywhere from $1.5 to $1.7 million just in annual revenue from the apartments, based on about a $1,500 to a $2,400 rental fee, and they are estimated to receive about $49,000 to $99,000 just on their hotels. Now, for the apartments, I did give a 90% occupancy. I think that's pretty fair. And for the hotel, it's 70%. So I'm going to skip some of these others. And I'll skip the rest of these. I just wanted to make sure we could do this summary. So for $10, that's what they're going to get. And I did have a counter offer, but I won't do it. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and I'll say a few things. Some information that was shared today was false in a statement that was written by Alderwoman Chris Bassey regarding McHenry tax incentives for developer gross misuse of taxpayer money. She falsely put so much information that is false in this opinion letter, pretty much going after staff and me as the mayor. And it's in the paper if you guys want to read it. But so many things. Executive session, for one. We've had some executive session discussions that she put publicly in the paper regarding Dee's Marine Service, but also the Green Pea Pod. I'd like to talk about the Green Pea Pod, and Poet's here, her husband's here. She seems like she's trying nice, but she was actually one of the supporters of eminent domain, okay? Alderman Glab said today I would never do that. Alderman Glab was a supporter of eminent domain. Yes, you were, sir. Of eminent domain, okay? So with that being said, Alderman Glab?
Yes.
So therefore, I went to Poet, and I had a conversation with Poet, and explained the situation, and wanted to work with her versus eminent domain. Following that, I came back to a meeting 2 weeks later with an executive session and got my ass chewed out by certain council members, one being Alderman Glab, because I did not listen to the council of eminent domain. So let's get the story straight, okay? If you want to come up here, I don't care what people think of me, but all I do want to say is I will tell the truth. Don't sit up here and write all this bogus stuff that's absolutely not true. You supported it, and absolutely ridiculous. Dees Marine, you supported that as well, as far as having a discussion with the property owner to have me and our city attorney deal with that. Okay? So if you're going to sit here and showboat at a city council meeting, provide facts, not false information. There's a few other things in here, but I won't bore you with it, but it's just disheartening that this information goes out that's false. The council had no idea what this was going through except from, reading it in the paper today. So also, despite Mayor orchestrating a significant private pressure campaign against council, I've never once supported this development or anything that's talked about today. 1111, I did, and I still support that. I anticipate this is what Alderwoman Chris Bassey, I anticipate Shodine Group's development proposal will be rejected by City Council on Monday as a similar proposal for 1111 Green Street. There's no vote today. So once again, you're putting information out that's not true. This is all discussion. That's it. Mayor Wayne Jetta, as well as every alderperson who is still considering supporting this development proposal on Monday, should answer to the residents how a giveaway of $2 million of taxpayer money and a $55 million TIF and a multi-million-dollar giveaway to taxpayer purchased land to a corporate landlord is not the gross misuse not a gross misuse of taxpayers' money, and they should explain to the residents how this could possibly benefit McHenry. So, as far as I'm concerned, you didn't do your due diligence. Alderman Glab didn't do due diligence doing a walkthrough with a tour with the entire council and staff. I am sick and tired of these specific council members thinking that they run the show here. And they're just trying to drive the force. So, as far as I'm concerned, the public can support them or not. I don't really care. But I wouldn't just trust what they say. So, other than that, I will move on to public comment. Nothing from the public regarding any public comment of items not on the agenda. I'm looking for 6A through 6D, a consent agenda. Looking to get a motion for approval. Alderman McClatchy.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda through D.
Thank you. Second? Alderman Santee.
I will second the motion.
Thank you. Discussion on these items by council? Alderman Bassey?
Yes, I just need to have the minutes corrected for one of my votes. Okay, thank you. Okay. I didn't see it, but thank you.
Thank you, Trish.
Alderman McClatchy?
Yes.
Alderman Santee?
Yes.
Alderman Glab?
Yes.
Alderwoman Bassey? Yes. Alderman Davis?
Yes.
Alderman Cook?
Yes.
Alderwoman Miller?
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is 7A, Green Street Cafe Purchase Option, a motion to approve a first amended and fully exclusive option agreement to purchase real estate property located at 1219 Green Street. David?
Does everybody understand what's in front of them? This is the Green Street Cafe option agreement. The original agreement had a trigger date of this August, I believe, closed by the end of the year or so. If the Green Street Cafe owner has agreed to this amendment, has signed the amendment, I'm not sure where we're going with this tonight after tonight's discussion, but if you want to keep this option open for the city to purchase this property or thereafter assign it to Shodine or some other developer. This proposal is to spend another $2,500 to extend the option through December 31st of 2025.
Alderman Miller?
I will make the motion to approve a first amended and fully exclusive option agreement to purchase real estate at 1219 Green Street, please.
Thank you. Second, Alderman Santee.
I will second the motion.
Discussion on this item by City Council? Alderman Santee?
No, just to make sure, with Attorney McCardle mentioned that, this would be for Green Street Cafe and to be used with any developer. It's right now, because it's through Shodine, but this can be transferred to other
Correct,
developers.
subject to the standstill that's existing.
All right, I just want to make sure of that. Thank you.
Any other discussion by City Council? See none. Public comment regarding this item? See none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes.
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 No. No.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Council. Next item on the agenda is staff reports. Is there any staff reports? No? Oh, Ross, go ahead.
Just as I mentioned earlier, I've got them back here. I have rough drafts of our comp plan and our downtown plan that I'll be passing out to you guys this evening. The Planning and Zoning Commission will receive the same draft form on Wednesday at the public meeting. So we're looking for comments. It is a pretty lengthy document. This is your time to read through it and give us your comments, so that we can gather those and get that to the consultant. Like I said, public will be seeing it well on Saturday. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ross.
Also, not to speak on behalf of Bill, but Fiesta Days is ongoing, and we're looking for a date to reschedule the fireworks, which were unfortunately canceled yesterday evening due to weather. Don't know yet.
Steve, go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to inform council that we are putting in an application for a grant for the Riverside Streetscape. We have to have it in by the 22nd, and hopefully we'll hear by fall if we get any money. I just want to let council know we're doing that.
Thank you. And we'll talk about that later on as far as support. Thank you. I have no comments. I think I said enough. And then City Council comments. Alderman Miller?
I just want to add to the discussion we previously have that whatever developer we work with, they have a reasonable expectation of a return on their investment. It is unrealistic to expect them to not have a return on their investment. In continuing just briefly the conversation that we're having with the developer before us, his expectation, whether he's the right developer or not, is to invest $280 million in these properties. To Alderwoman Bassey's math, if she's right, and I didn't see her presentation, so I have no idea what numbers she's working with, if he's only reaping the benefit of $1.9 million a year, that's less than a 10% return on your investment. And as an investor, to me, that's a bad deal. So if he's taking that risk at a $280 million investment to a less than 10% return, I want them on board, because they're spending an awful lot of money that they're not getting a rate of return on. So just a comment, this is my wheelhouse, and there is no reward without risk, and we have to be brave and make the right decision for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other City Council comments? Looking for a motion to adjourn? Alderman McClatchy?
Motion to adjourn.
Second, Alderman Santee?
I will second the motion.
Trish, please call the roll.
Alderman McClatchy?
Yes.
Alderman Santee?
Yes.
Alderman Glad? Alderwoman Bassey? Yes. Alderman Davis?
Yes.
Alderman Cook and
Yes.
Alderwoman Miller?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, and then, is that for both meetings? We should probably motion to adjourn.
Do it. Motion to adjourn the first meeting.
Motion to adjourn the first meeting. Roll call, please.
What? Okay, Alderman Santee?
Yes.
Alderman Glad?
Abstain.
Wait, Wait, what do we, I thought we rolled into the second agenda.
Yeah, but we technically have to cancel the first meeting.
Oh, okay, so what do you want me to do, roll call? Okay, all right, roll call, now what? Motion to adjourn the first meeting? Alderman Davis, second? Thank you.
It's just to adjourn, right?
Yeah. Okay, Alderman Davis?
Yes.
Alderwoman Basty?
Yes, thank you.
Alderman Cook?
Yes.
Alderwoman, Miller? Alderman Glad?
Sure.
Alderman Santee? Alderman McCarthy?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.